Okay, guys. Good morning for those here in Brazil, and good afternoon or good night for those around the world. I'm Flavio Padarats. This is Steve Jackson joining me here, and we're back with live action from the Red Nose Santinho Pro. WSL 6000.
And we're already underway with the second heat of the morning. A bit of a delayed start again due to the weather, as the weather has been almost as big a story as the action we've seen out in the water so far.
Yeah, the contest directors are having a hard time going around the weather situations here. We had a lot of wind and rain during the night, and plus in the morning, early in the morning, we had a lot of boats, lightning boats, close to the contest area, and people really afraid of getting getting into some of the surfers out in the water on their own, and didn't look that good.
Yeah, with the bolts of lightning coming down, it's definitely put a lot of people on edge. But these guys have been going out and getting the job done right off the bat this morning. Here we are in heat number 14, round 2, picking up where we left off from yesterday. Again, this is the second heat of the morning out in the water right now. We have Wade Carmichael from Australia in white. He currently holds the lead with 7:15 left on the clock. He's followed by Mihimana Bray from Tahiti. And currently in third, Bino Lopez chasing a 4.08. Flavio Nakajima, also from Brazil, in the fourth spot. He's looking for a 3.58.
Yeah, we had a heat before that. That was won by Parkes from Australia, and then Renato Galvão from Brazil in second place. Unfortunately, missing out Mr. Hussina from France, Guadeloupe, and Luel Felipe in fourth place. That was heat number 13, the first one out today. And this is heat number 2. And we're going to go all the way to the end of the round. And then, guys, at the contest direction, they said that they're going to hold. There'll be better swell tomorrow predicted, maybe bigger. And probably onshore winds for some time during tomorrow, the day of tomorrow. And then, we got yellow up and riding. Now red going left.
Flavio, I'm sorry, Bino Lopez up and riding on that one.
Yeah. Anyway, so they're trying to go around the weather time, and then they apparently for the weekend it's supposed to be nice. Maybe not that sunny, but definitely no rain. And that's what we're crossing the fingers for. Meanwhile, these guys don't care. They're out there giving their best for the last, couple of seasons of the tour.
Yeah, honestly, I thought some of these guys were a little crazy this morning. Bolts of lightning coming down in the surrounding area, and there were a solid handful of guys out in the water getting their free surf on, and, they just didn't care about the electricity in the air.
Well, all of us have surfed on a stormy day. We all know that. But here's contest responsibility and things like that, it goes back to lawyers and contracts and stuff like that we obviously don't like to deal, but somebody's got to do it.
Yes. All right, we're coming down to the 5-minute mark there. You can see currently leading the way in white, Wade Carmichael with a combined heat score of 14.20.
Yeah, and we just had a score coming up for Flavio Nakajima. He just got a 6.47, and that got him to second place at the moment.
Yeah, so a quick rundown as we get to the 4:40 mark. Wade Carmichael in the lead with high scores of 8.27 and a 5.93. He is followed by Flavio Nakajima with a 5.83 opening wave and, again, a 6.47 on his last effort. That has him in the second spot looking to hold off Mihimana Bray from Tahiti. He's currently sitting on a 5.83 looking to replace a 3.57 with a 6.47 or better. And in fourth position currently, Bino Lopez. He's got a 5.33 and a 3.93 to his name. He needs a slightly more sizable 6.97 to get into that second spot and move on to round 3.
In the other, yesterday a lot of guys have extremely good starts, but then they struggle to get a second wave. Well, that didn't happen to Wade Carmichael. He's had a very good start. He's got a large scoring wave, 8.27, but he backed it up with a 5.93. It's not a great wave, but it's a good backup wave, you know.
And here he is up and riding on the right-hander. Nice carving wraparound turn. Snaps it off the top. And still going as this one gets a little small. He's going to kick out of this one. We were talking off air before we went live that Wade Carmichael has a very large frame. So these smaller waves can be really difficult for a guy of his size.
Yeah, well, right at the start of the heat, right after the buzz, we had a big set. And that's where he's got, that first wave and kind of got the job done right there, and got what he needed. Sometimes you might not even see a set that size, for the rest of the heat. And well, he's done it, and he backed it up with a 5.93 right after that, giving the other surfers, the opponents, a tough mission to accomplish right now. With only like two, just over.
Haitian and the Brazilian Lopez. So, knowing where you're at and what your situation is out in this, the water with this much time remaining, absolutely critical.
Well, I bet Wade Carmichael is sitting out there just praying for this wind to even get stronger and go on shore. This is done for me.
Yeah,
Anyways.
Right now he's in the driver's seat with 1:45 left on the clock. As you mentioned, he came out and dialed in those first two waves, his top two scores, and he has led the way ever since.
Well, we got some lines coming in, and surfers shifting position out there, having a look at these lines. They don't want it, maybe not big enough.
Now, you were talking about how we have an incoming swell. We'll talk about that in a sec. Here we have Bray up and riding on the right-hander. Couple of solid hits off of this one. Still going. Little foam climb there at the end. Trying to get one more hit. A little redirect for good measure. And staying with it. Really milking this one all the way to the inside. Trying to get some sort of reform off the right-hander.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a lot of that today because of the tides. Tides today are moving in a lot. Even though at some time during the day it'll be low tide, but it'll still be higher than yesterday. So, we're going to see a lot of waves going all the way in. We get a better formation. If you get the right one, you'll probably get connection to the inside. That might make a difference for some surfers.
Now, you mentioned previously that we have a building swell for tomorrow. Today it seems a little more short period. There's a lot of waves breaking right behind each other, really close. We've actually already seen, before we went live, a lot of surfers going back-to-back, literally two guys up and riding on two separate waves at the same time.
Yeah.
And we should see that separate a little bit more and build in size.
Well,
You're trying to build a score.
Bino Lopez, he got a nice-looking wave, a couple of turns, another snap on the end of that section. He's done it pretty well. He's going for another snap right there, sliding the tail. He's stoked right at the buzz. He got a great wave. He was in fourth place. He needed a 6.97. Whoa. Yeah, that's going to be sketchy to
So last-ditch effort from Bino. We'll see if he gets the score. He's going to have to ride in and wait for the judges to punch that one in.
Well, we've seen it happen a lot yesterday, guys, right at the final minute, deciding heats, at the final wave, and it's not different from today.
Here's a quick look at the heat recap. We'll let you talk us through some of this.
Yeah, we got red jersey. Bino Lopez. He started off with that wave. It was a 5.33. That was a reasonable wave to start off the heat, but he couldn't back it up for the rest of it until that last wave where we just watched. And then this guy was in a driving seat throughout the whole heat. He's had a 8.27 right at the start, and then he backed it up with a 5.93. They got him to the lead right to the end of the minutes. Well, Bino Lopez kind of upset Flavio Nakajima, country fellowman from Brazil. Both Brazilians, one took the other one out of the contest right at the last wave. Well done by Bino Lopez. Now we got up and riding, I believe it's Billy Sterman from New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. Well, actually, that's in black. That's Alcides Lopes. Sorry, that was Alcides Lopes from Brazil, just back then.
All right, so the horn has sounded. We are underway with Heat 15. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll come back with live action. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
recheio, você pode. Trocar a fritura pelo assado, você pode. Bordas crocantes, você pode. Combinações deliciosas, você pode. Ingredientes selecionados, você também pode. Escolher entre suco ou smoothie, você pode. Dar um toque doce, claro que pode. E tudo isso a partir de R$ 4,90. Agora, chavecar a namorada do melhor amigo? Oh, isso você não pode. Mini Calzone, é gostoso saber que você pode.
And welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the WSL Red Nose Pro 2015 in Florianopolis, Santa Catarina, a qualification series 6,000-point event.
Yep, very important event for those who are in the last effort for qualification. Well, some of them are those in red jersey, Billy Stearman from New Zealand, and then Davido Carmo from Brazil on white. Timothy Bisso from Guadeloupe in yellow, and Alcides Lopes also from Brazil and black. Yeah, well, anyways, that's a heat that is just out in the water. We listened to the buzz a little bit before the commercial break. And wave situation is that it's going to maintain like this. So you can see there's short periods between waves. But tomorrow is supposed to be extending, and we have a raise on the size of the swell. So looking promising for the weekend.
And I can see our 4 competitors out in the water waiting for some waves to roll through to get things started here in the 3rd heat of the day. Again, picking up where we left off yesterday. We're going to finish off the 2nd round and set things up for round 3 to start off tomorrow. But getting things started off right here, David DeCarmo up and riding. Nice slash there. Snaps it off the top on this right-hander, pumping for speed, looking for that section, and gashes that end section.
Yeah, David, Davi, he's had some appearances on the WCT and some smashing ones, getting up against Kelly Slater and guys like that. Did pretty well. Well, that was Alcides Lopes right there on the black jersey. And all 4 surfers have caught a wave on the very early minutes of this heat. Let's wait and see what the judges think of that exchange of waves. Who's going to be with an early start? They all kind of got similar waves there, similar looking waves. I'm sure that the judges are gonna be precise on separating the best one from the worst one on that.
Now again, while we wait for the riders out in the water to gather their next waves and for the judges to register that initial wave exchange, we're going to take a look at the Red Nose replay. Here's a look at David DeCarmo.
Yeah, nice looking right-hander. He got some wall in front of him. He's racing down the line, and then he went really vertical right at the end. He's a very strong surfer. Not a big surfer, but he's very strong. You know, you can see when he does the turns, he really throws that tail on top of the wave. Look right there, very vertical, and then he's throwing the tail, pulling the nose back under his feet. That was Davido Carmo starting off this heat. Some sets coming in. We got black paddling for this left-hander. That's Alcides Lopes. Starts with a little cutback, try to maintain speed there, but he couldn't. Yeah, that's Billy Stearman on red jersey. Nice off the top to start off with, and then the wave's kind of dying out in front of him. I guess the guys are taking the lefts are going to face that even more.
Yeah, we're seeing this a lot so far this morning. You get that initial hit off the top, and then the waves are kind of getting a little fat on these guys.
Yeah, yesterday, if you caught the left, you probably have more opportunities for turns and stuff, but then today it's changing for the right. The right-handers are getting more walls and, getting more length. And it's kind of sketchy, because you spend the whole day yesterday watching the event and being prepared for early morning session here, and then all of a sudden the conditions are changed, and then you're looking the other way now for the best wave.
Yeah, you can definitely see the swell transitioning from one direction to another, and it's affecting the waves, and it's something the riders are going to have to adjust to if they're going to make it through their heats today.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So 19:35 on the clock, and here we have Timothy Biso taking a look. Nice snap off the top. Another snap to follow. You can see the rain kind of cleaning things up a little. Nice little right-hander. He's still working this bad boy. And a nice wave there for Timothy.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, he took the right-hander. He went across the sandbar there, so he always had a wall in front of him, and he could throw a whole bunch of turns throughout his wave. So smart thinking from Timothy there on yellow jersey. He caught a very practical wave, a lot of turns. That definitely is going to help him up on the totals, on his totals. Well, we had a first score for each of the surfers. David Carmo had a better one. And that is, again, he fell off over there, but he had a 6.93. That was the best of the first wave of each surfer out there. And Timothy had a 5.33. He was in second. And then 4.33 for Alcides Lopez. And Billy Stearman had a 3.07. Those were the first scores. Some second scores are coming up here, but they're only in the ones. And we do have a wave, a good wave for Timothy Biso, like we just watched. That good right-hander is going to get him a very good score.
Yeah, so his first two waves, from early indications, looks like this is going to propel Biso to the top spot. Despite David DeCarmo getting the better of that initial opening exchange, he's still looking to back it up. Yeah,
he still hasn't got the backup wave there, but Timothy has, and it's coming up over just about around the 7.5 range. And we're watching that wave right there. We're waiting for one score for this wave here. Couple of turns at the start and then a vertical turn there with a lot of speed. Another one on top, and then he races around the section there. Just enough time to get another hit on that white water. Well, he gets a 7.33 on that wave.
That's enough to move Biso up into the top spot.
Yeah, he's pretty stoked with that.
So the rider from Guadeloupe leading the way. We've got two waves ridden for each of our riders. Everybody on the board and accounted for. And it's the man from Guadeloupe in the top spot, followed by David DeCarmo, Alcides Lopez, and Billy Stearman. Biso with the 5.33 and a 7.33 to lead the way. DeCarmo with the 6.93 looking to replace a 1.67 as a backup score. Lopez, meanwhile, a 4.33 and a 1.07. He needs a 4.28 to move into the second spot. And currently residing in the fourth position, Billy Stearman with a 3.07 and drawing sticks from the judges on his secondary score.
Yeah, and that's a leader himself, Mr. Biso from Guadeloupe. It's up and riding on this right-hander. He found the right track there. You see the wave is just opening up for him. A lot of turns all the way in. A little bit smaller wave compared to the other one. But, well, he's getting the job done, and it looks like he's found the spot, huh?
Yeah, he's opened up with three solid waves. I mean, right now he's got the 7.33 as his high score, looking to strengthen his backup score. He's currently got a 5.33. We'll see what falls into place from the judges, but that's three straight waves on the right, where yesterday you were lucky to see three good rights in an entire heat.
Yeah, I think with the tide coming in, it's going to be more and more on that little right-hander sandbar, for sure, man. Other surfers are watching this right now, and they know that's a spot they want to go, you know?
Oh, right at the beginning of the first heat this morning, you could see everybody up on the top deck watching intently as that first heat got going. You know, again, in that heat, we saw Garrett Parks and Renato Galvão advance on, and all eyes were just glued on the lineup to watch the changing conditions and to see what kind of scores these guys were dropping with the judges.
Yeah.
Well, very typical of pro surfing.
That's smart competition, You got to take advantage of all details because the details make the difference out there. Surfers, they're all good surfers. They're all capable of doing good scores. It's just a matter of who's going to have the right strategy and select the right waves, and the rest is up to the talent of each one of them.
Well, like we say in the United States, the devil is in the details.
Yeah.
And when it comes to professional surfing, the most successful surfers are not necessarily the ones with the most talent, but the ones that combine the talent with paying close attention to what's going on out in the water, how the judges are scoring, and just the environment around them so they can keep tabs on the conditions.
Yeah, and use well the priority, use well the wave selection, the time of the heat, select your waves. Make sure you time your space between one wave and the other. How long does it take to get back out there? And you calculate how many waves you can catch in a heat. And then when it gets to the end, you kind of know where you're going.
There's a lot more to it than just jumping out in the water and grabbing a couple of waves.
Sure. And we're not even talking about the equipment, fins and size of the boards and, wetsuits. And you got to calculate your weight out there. You don't want to have a full suit, maybe too heavy suit for waves gutless like that because it's, up against the wind. So it makes it very difficult and very sketchy. And whoever has the best strategy has more chance to win.
And here you can see some waves rolling in a solid set, and it's going to be DeCarmo taking a look at the left-hander. Hits off that first section. Didn't really have a lot of power there. Then slashes that section.
Yeah, he's betting on the inside section there. Look, he's got a little bit of wall on the inside. A couple of turns. He wanted to jump over that hump, but he just couldn't do it.
Yeah, we're starting to see more of this as well, where waves are actually running into each other and merging on the inside. So that was a perfect example. He had some open face, and then next thing you know, he's about to drop into another wave.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see, if you look close to the water there, you can see that it's raining very hard again. The rain drops on the water, and that's red jersey going for a one-turn wave. See what's going to happen here. Yep.
And here we have Lopez up and riding on the left-hander.
Wow.
Throws the tail, but digs the nose, unable to bring it around. So
it was a short wave. He tried his best. That's what he had to do. He had to do. So can't blame him.
And yesterday we were saying that the wind and the rain wasn't really affecting the riders too much, but right now I can't help but notice that the rain is really driving. The wind is blowing the tops of the waves off, and it just looks like it's more difficult out there today with the smaller conditions.
Yeah.
The weather is actually having an effect on our field of competitors.
Oh man, it's the weather here has been punishing the organizers of the event and sponsors and even the public that wants to come down the beach and watch these guys. It's been very hard, raining a lot, windy. We had some lightning bolts this morning, and that was kind of scary, but forecast is to be good. Tomorrow it'll stop raining and it'll probably clear up a bit, and then Saturday we have a much clearer day, which is good for the weekend. Hopefully we have a lot of people coming down.
It's been such a rainy, stormy, sloppy mess the first few days of this event. Even up at the hotel, our sponsor, Costão de Santinho, they had a native dressed in costume praying for sun this morning.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, we got some points here. The points breakdown for this contest. It's a QS 6,000 series, and first place gets 6,000 points. Obviously, goes home with $25,000. With a dollar, it is in Brazil now. Tell you what, it's quite a bit of money if a Brazilian wins it. And then it comes down to 73rd spot, where you get 370 points and $450. How is that? When I started the tour, you would only get money from 17 on.
Yeah, those were referred to as the money rounds.
Yeah, the money rounds. That's it. Surfer in red, Billy Stammen, he had slow start so far. He couldn't find the right waves.
And here we have DeCarmo. Nice big gash off the top. Trying to get around the whitewater and into a reform as he hops with this one, trying to set it up. And here he gets that inside section to stand up. He gets a little speed line, looking for a section, and throws the tail off the end.
That's a total opposite strategy compared to yellow jersey Timothy Biso. They just found the little right-handers. he just went left. He went to the south side of the competitors' area and went left and went over that hole in the sandbar that we see, provoking that kind of fat part of the wave.
So we're seeing two completely different strategies out in the water. The current heat leader, Bissell, going for the right-handers.
Yeah. Both are
DeCarmo
working.
in second, going out in the left-handers. Meanwhile, on the wave previously, we saw Billy Stearman. I've seen Billy surf quite a few times, and this is very uncharacteristic of him, the performance we're seeing out in the water. It seems like he's really struggling to find a rhythm and dial into the conditions out there right now.
Well, if I was an Aussie, I would say he's having a shocker, mate.
Yeah, so the Kiwi having a bit of a shocker out in the water right now, currently sits fourth. And
there he is.
His situation just got worse with the new round of scores coming in. He's up and riding on this one. Smaller left-hander, a couple of turns and carves, redirects, and decides to kick out. Meanwhile, scores falling into place.
Yeah.
As the rain comes down, a 5.77 for DeCarmo. That leaves Lopez looking for an 8.33. Here he is up and riding.
Well, that's Alcides Lopez. He's in he's in third place at the moment. He found that little right-hander there, but he couldn't really keep going. It's up to Timothy Bissell now, right on the inside, going left too. Couple of turns right at the end there. He wants to get back into the lead. He had a pretty good lead for a while, and then David DeCarmo had that last wave. The average kind of proved him to the first place, and but they're very close. It's only 0.04 separating these two surfers.
So with 8 minutes left on the clock, David DeCarmo moves into the top spot, bumping Timothy Bissell down to second. That leaves Alcides Lopez looking for an 8.33 to climb out of third, and currently buried in the basement, Billy Stearman in fourth right now. He's on the verge of combo land there. Needs a 9.59, almost needs two completely new scores now, as he's on the verge of combination situation.
Oh, well, let's see if he's going to be able to get out of the shocker heat that he's having so far. Sorry to say, we all know Billy Stearman is capable of doing much better than that. But
obviously, still plenty of time. We've seen guys dial in a couple of big scores in the last 4 or 5 minutes and totally change everything. So Billy Stearman may be in a bit of a hole right now, but he's still not out of it.
Yeah, he's not out of it. I mean, like I said yesterday, it takes only 2 minutes to win the hit. It's catching one wave, going back and catching another one, and hoping that there are two good waves,
Yeah, and if we see the same modus operandi today that we saw yesterday, we get a lot of action in the beginning, a little more quiet in the middle, and then those last 5 or 6 minutes, man, these guys are going to go to town.
Yeah. Oh, well. That's skills, man. This guy's got skills. Some good scores coming in for Timothy. He's probably going to get him back into the lead. Let's wait and see. He needs to better a 5.33. That means he needs a 5.37. Is that it? Yeah, he needs a 5.37 to win. And we're getting some scores here. It's getting very close. But, yeah, he's got it at a 5.67, and it gets him back into the lead. And now it's 13 points up against 12.7 points for David DeCarmo. He's in second place, back in second place. But Alcides Lopez now needs an 8.37 to get back into qualification position. And Billy Stearman needs a 9.53. So there's quite a large gap between, like, maybe 4 points between third and second, separating the two guys. I mean, the two blocks,
Meanwhile, coming up next in Heat 16, we're going to see the defending event champion, Michael Rodrigues, Marco Fernandez, and Mateus Navarro, a trio of Brazilians hitting the water with Jose Ferreira from Portugal. So I guess you could say it's an all-Portuguese affair coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, you could say so, huh? At least it'll be only one language out there.
Yeah, they won't need to use any English with the beach announcer.
Yeah. Let's hit some set coming in there. That's black jersey, Alcides Lopez, trying to get into qualification position. He's in third place right now. He needs an 8.37 on this wave. He's done a lot of effort there, but I'm not sure. Well, this is guy in number 2 position right now. Couple of strong turns there, slide tail. into a 360. He couldn't quite make it, but he didn't want to leave it up to Alcides to decide who's going to win the heat, who's going to qualify for the next round.
So Alcides Lopez trying to dig himself out. Meanwhile, here's the current heat leader, Timothy Biesel, following DeCarmo's earlier lead and taking a look at those left-handers and putting together a pretty solid opening part of that wave, but couldn't quite stomp his way into the inside section.
Yeah, I like the start of the wave, though. You know, even though he didn't go all the way in, but he started off really good. If we can watch on a replay right after this one. That's a nice wave, too. A couple of top turns there for David Carmo. A third one there. That's going to be a good score, too, man, even though he didn't quite finish that last turn.
Trying to bank the reverse 360 off the end there.
Yeah.
So not much of an air game today with the conditions, but these guys are still just shredding it out there.
Yeah. Those are sort of the second block of the best surfers in the world, you know. You could pretty much say that.
So 3:35 left on the clock. Timothy Biesel continues to lead the way, but waiting for that last score to come in for David DeCarmo. He's in second. He's keeping busy out there, doing the best to ensure passage to round 3.
I think he's getting back to first place, but then we got to wait for Timothy's last wave and see what happens there too, you know.
So a lot going on out in the water as we expected in these final minutes. Lopez trying to work his way out of third. DeCarmo trying to fend off the field and retake the lead. 7.10 falls into play, so he's to the top spot. Yeah. And now just awaiting that last score for Timothy Biesel. He needs a 6.70 to reclaim the lead while trying to hold off Alcides Lopez, who's on the hunt for an 8.67. Billy Stearman, he needs a pretty sizable 9.83 if he's going to advance out of this heat. 2:40 left on the clock. That's becoming a pretty tall order right now for the New Zealander.
Yeah. Well, there's a big gap between the winners and the losers of this heat. I guess third and fourth place have a lot of work to do. This is David Carmo, the current leader, throwing everything out there, but he couldn't quite make it.
Chucking the tail in the driving rain. Unfortunately, could not reel in the board underneath him, but he currently resides in the lead looking to advance out. Yeah. And scores coming in for Timothy Biesel. It looks like he's going to remain in second spot from early indicators, not being able to connect to that inside section and get a few more turns in, affecting the score on that wave. A 5.07 comes in. He still needs a 6.7 to take the lead. But as you were saying, the top two guys, their combined heat total substantially larger than the guys in third and fourth trying to play catch-up at the moment with 145 left in the heat.
Yeah, they are needing excellent scores to survive in this event. And that's tough work to do today. I mean, not many excellent scores. We've seen a lot of good scores, but not excellent scores, not many of them.
And here we have Stearman, one more effort, 120 left on the clock. Nice snap off the top. Carving turn, driving for speed, looking to hit off this end section.
That's a pretty good wave right there. But it's only a minute to go, just over a minute to go. Well, will that be enough for the score he needed? He needed a 9.83. I don't think that's enough, but can he get back in the outside in time to get another one?
Yeah, less than a minute left on the clock. This should help Stearman out, but it's not going to take away that 9.83 he needs. And meanwhile here, Lopez, one last ditch effort, 48 seconds on the clock. Big gash off that small left-hand section.
Yep.
Stomping, driving, trying to set up this inside section. He redirects, cut back, gets a nice speed line, and there throws the tail off the end section, but an incomplete maneuver.
Well, David Carmo was just ready to answer back right there, but time is ticking away, and he just wants to go in.
There you can see Stearman. Yeah. Quick little high five, like, nice job, you got me on this one.
Yeah, they're all partners in the job, you know, even though they go up against each other. But there's a lot of good vibes between the surfers. You know, these days we don't see much of the flag segregation that we had in the early years of the tour. Now we really are a whole bunch of surfers all together trying to give a show to the public and doing their best. You know, that's great. It's great to see the fair play.
Yeah, there's definitely more sportsmanship than in decades past.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
For sure, man. Well, that's a replay of Alcides Lopez last wave. There was a good snap, but then he fell off on the second turn he did on the inside. I don't think that'll be enough for an 8.67. So the heat is over. We had Davido Carmo winning the heat and Timothy Bisso from Guadeloupe in second place. Following out, Alcides Lopez from Brazil in third and Billy Stearman from New Zealand in fourth place. There you see the results and the totals. And we're going to go.
So while we get set to throw into the next heat, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Right on.
All right, and we're back here on day 3 of competition here at Praia de Santinho, the 2015 Red Nose Pro. And we're working our way through the back half of round 2. We're looking at a short day today, an abbreviated schedule, if you will, as we look to finish off round 2 and await the improved swell conditions that we're expecting for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, the main thing here now that everybody's paying attention is the weather. It's been raining too much, not only for the contest but for the rest of the state. It's been suffering a lot with the floods and with the heavy rain. And last night there was a lot of stone raining throughout the night and a lot of wind breaking trees and light posts. And anyways, here at the surf we got some good waves still. They kind of dropped a little bit from yesterday, but they're supposed to go up again tomorrow. And meanwhile, we get out in the water. Michael Rodriguez in red, Marco Fernandez in white. He's up and riding right now. Oh, just got caught on that section. We have Mateus Navarro from the state here of Santa Catarina, just up north from Balneário Camboriú, an hour drive from here. And José Ferreira from Portugal in the black jersey.
So Fernandez getting things started off. A little bit of a miscue there for Marco, but that'll get him on the board first. There you can see paddling back out to the lineup. He'll look for something a little more substantial on his next wave, try and fine-tune things a little bit.
Yeah, and as you see in the water there's a lot of rain still hitting the water. It's funny because for surfing itself, it gets the wall, the surface of the water kind of smooth. It's actually good to surf in the rain. It's worse to surf against the wind.
Yeah.
When the wind is too strong, it's kind of hard to deal with it. But with the rain, it's okay.
Meanwhile, you can still hear thunder rolling in the background.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, we've had thunder and lightning periodically throughout the course of the morning, something the event organizers, staff, and judges have been keeping a close eye on, as there's been a few bolts that have come dangerously close to the competition area today, which was one of the reasons why we had a delayed start this morning. Originally, we were on call for 7:30. Then we reconvened at 9 a.m.
Yep.
And then another half hour after that, we finally were able to get started. But right after we began this morning, the first heat out in the water, there was actually a massive flash of lightning that was precariously close to the competition area and kind of set everybody on edge. You want to talk about raising the hair on the back of a person's neck? This morning, Mother Nature was doing her best.
Yeah, because first priority here is people's safety, and then is to give the show. All right, let's have a look of classification board for next year. This is WQS ratings as for positions, and you can see from number 1 to number 5, which is Kalohi Andino, Caio Ibelli, Jack Freestone, Alejo Moniz, and Alex Ribeiro. They're all qualified. And then from 6 to number 10, you can see they're still struggling there to get one more result, maybe a couple more. We had Maxime Husinot in the heat before, and that he's desperately needing for a result to make sure he gets his spot on the WCT next year on the elite of surfing of WSL, the World Surf League. Well, thanks to the directors out the back for the valuable information here. And people who don't know, but we had in the paper here, number 11, right after Joan Doudou from France, is Michael Rodriguez out there right now fighting for some points, some extra points, maybe making sure that he can join the tour next year.
Yeah, so right now there's a lot of guys, a handful of guys, the ones currently sitting 11th to 15th that are within striking distance, or on the bubble, so to speak. They need to put together some solid results here in Brazil, not only with this event, but the following event in Itacaré, the Mahalo Surf Eco Festival, and then, of course, the São Paulo 10,000 offering a major amount of points, the maximum amount of points available on the qualification series.
Oh,
so, the opportunity is there. It's just a matter of taking advantage of it.
Yeah, there are 3 targets there for the surfers. Everybody wants to grab at least one of them. Let's wait and see what happens. Well, right now, Marco Fernandez is out in the lead with a 0.83.
Meanwhile, waiting for the other 3 guys to get on the board and get their day started. We've already ticked off about 5 minutes since the starting horn, and these guys out in the water are waiting. It looks like we might have a few little swell lines coming in, but right now, just rainy, gray, and the riders out in the water waiting patiently for something to roll in.
Yeah, still the swell is out there. You can see the waves hitting the island, the tip of the island there. Well, anyways, let's get back to action. That's Michael Rodriguez. Oh, he's just had a good start there, but then the wave ate him.
So Rodriguez, like Fernandez, getting stuck on that first turn.
Yep.
So right now we've got fractions of points being scored as these guys are having a little difficulty with the conditions out in the water. Meanwhile, working out some of the kinks in the massage area. We've been seeing a lot of riders getting in there and taking advantage of the massage therapy. Yeah,
they're not having difficulty at all to go through that. Well, that's great to see. These days we have all support for the surfers, all necessary support for them to be professionals, sportsmen, and to have a good career and be safety while they're playing their job and all of that. Well, we got some set coming in. Surfers getting into position. Yellow and black were there having a look. Or should I say red? Couldn't really see it. Oh, there he is. That's black. Nice looking right-hander. He good snap to start off with, and then another off the top. He's got a wall in front of him. Little cut back to get back into position. Reform situation there for black jersey. He's finding another little gut section there. And that's it for José Ferreira from Portugal. Found a pretty good wave. Probably the best of all 3 waves written in this heat.
Yeah, so third time's a charm. The third wave written in this heat. Someone finally able to dial into a good one.
Yeah.
Nice solid starting point for José, the rider from Portugal.
Yep.
So again, 18 minutes remaining here in Heat 16, 25-minute heats. Top 2 riders will advance on based on the strength of their top 2 scores. All 4 of these guys doing their best to try and put together a couple of solid rides and advance on to round 3 and continue on in the competition. And there you can see our competitors out in the water, cruising the lineup, waiting for some more swell lines to roll in. More rain, more thunder. It's been a persistent story here in Santa Catarina as the weather persists.
Yep. Not easy at all for the, for the production of the contest. It's a tough job to go through this.
I give Frederico, the event organizer, a lot of credit. He's had a lot to tend with. There you can see just wet, windy, soggy days here at Praia de Santinho. Just water dripping off of every crossbar. I was looking at the surfboard racks earlier this morning. Everybody's got their boards stacked in there all nice and neat, and just water dripping off the ends, running across the decks,
Yep.
It's a mess out there, brother.
Yeah, big mess. Big mess.
Meanwhile, here we have Navarro up and riding. Mateos, nice carving turn to open with, a couple of nice gashes to carry on, still going. Snaps it off the top there, resets his line, another nice snap.
Wow.
Really working this right-hander.
Nice looking wave.
Actually flew off the screen, he was going so fast.
Yeah, and we got Marco Fernandez on the back just behind him, but couldn't quite go as far as Mateos. Now we got Michael Rodriguez trying to connect there, couldn't do it. I guess only Mateos got the right one.
So there we have the first legitimate wave exchange of the heat. Just under 16 minutes remaining. And now these guys actually getting down to work, getting something to play with out there.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
So 15:40 on the clock. Jose Ferreira with the early lead on the strength of that 6.33 opening wave. He has the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Meanwhile, here's a look at rider in red, Michael Rodriguez, with the air reverse on that last wave. Breaking out some aerial tactics. We weren't seeing a whole lot in the way of aerial maneuvers. Well, Michael Rodriguez just shut me up.
Yep. It's nice. That's why he was probably trying to go all the way to the end to make it, complete, make a complete score.
Yeah, he started out with a minimal score of .43, then backed it up with a 3.17. That last wave for Michael Rodriguez, when that score comes in, will easily be his best wave of the heat.
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. We got a score for Mateus Navarro to come up with, too, and let's see how it happens right after that.
So scores filtering in still. Again, right now, Ferreira with the lead. Rodriguez currently in second. Fernandez in third. Navarro in fourth. But this score for Navarro should definitely switch things up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Got a 6.33 for José Ferreira as the best wave of the heat. Just waiting for the scores of Mateus. Might be just under that.
Here we have a red nose replay.
Yeah, 5.9 for Navarro in yellow, and that's a replay for Marco Fernandez last wave. A couple of nice cutbacks there against the wind. And then finding another off the top right there. And finishing off over there at the channel. Scores are coming in, 5.9 for Mateus Navarro on that last wave. And then Marco Fernandez is getting his scores as I speak. Let's wait and see what happens with right after these last two waves. Right now, we got José Ferreira in first place, 6.33, and Mateus Navarro in second with a 5.9.
So Ferreira and Navarro starting off strong with their opening waves. Meanwhile, Fernandez and Rodriguez shaking off early miscues and starting to find their rhythm out there as the last couple of waves from Rodriguez and Fernandez a little bit more in tune with what they would expect from one of their rides.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And now we have scores filtering in. A 7.0 for Rodriguez. Meanwhile, Fernandez up and riding again. So Fernandez getting busy after a couple of minimal scores to start things off. Waiting for his previous score to come in, and now here he is with another wave that'll back that up.
Yeah, he wants to get a couple of scores to be fighting, to be back in the race. There's just over 12 and a half minutes to go. we got Michael Rodriguez a 7-point ride as his last ride that gets him in right to first place. He's backing it up with a 3-1-7. That's what he's planning to replace. And then we got scores coming from Marco Fernandez.
So now just past the halfway point here in Heat 16, round 2. Rodriguez with a 7.0 looking to replace a 3.17 has the lead. Jose Ferreira currently in second with a 6.33. Still looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, Marco Fernandez with some scores coming in, a 5.40 and a 3.33 on his last 2 waves. That's enough to move Fernandez into the second spot. Now Jose Ferreira needs a 2.40. Navarro looking for a 2.83. And here we have Ferreira up and riding.
Yeah, Jose Ferreira is trying to back up his first score, 6.33, which was a pretty good wave. And I guess he's doing a good job there. You see the rain is still very strong. Marco Fernandez fought his way back to second place right now. He's got 5.4 and a 3.33. That is Jose Ferreira waiting for score. That is going to change a lot. He's in third place right now, but he could be even in the lead right after the next score he gets.
11 minutes left on the clock. We'll cue up another red nose replay. Here's a look at that last wave from Jose Ferreira. This one put together a 5.60 on the ride, enough to give him a backup score. That moves the man from Portugal into the top spot. He takes over the lead, bumps Rodriguez to second. Fernandez now down to third, looking for a 4.78. And Mateus Navarro looking for a 4.28. So creating a little bit more distance between the top 2 riders and the riders currently in third and fourth.
Yep. You see how fast he was going? Right at the end turn there. He's already back in the outside, checking at this wave. No, he didn't want to go. And surfer in the next heat, Lucas Silveira, white jersey. He's going up against Stu Kennedy, Alan Donato, and Victor Bernardo. As we had Jose Ferreira catching another wave, but it was a short one.
10 minutes left on the clock. And there you can see the conditions out in the water, lots of rain stippling the face of each wave out there. But as you were saying, kind of taking a little bit of the wind chop out of it.
Yeah.
And here we
go, Michael Rodriguez with a large aerial. He raced down the line for that, and you could see how easy he was doing that. That's why, and how he won the contest last year. He was doing a lot of that and making very precise those aerials. Never kind of looked that he was going to lose control. That's it, man.
He was flying down the line so fast, he got off that maneuver before I could even get his name out of my mouth.
Yeah, he was so fast that the policeman here on the road was writing him a ticket. He was going too fast.
Here we have Mateus Navarro trying to answer back.
Yep.
He's currently in the fourth spot, needing a 4.28. But again, that wave from Michael Rodriguez, he was just streaking down the line and punted off that section.
That's a good backup wave. He's probably going to replace that 3.17 with that wave. You know, I don't know how far judges are going to go, how high they're going to go with that score, with that one aerial. But most probably is going to replace the 3.17. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, here it is. Out. He sets up the line, driving as fast as possible.
Wow.
He was eyeing up that one end maneuver
perfect.
The whole time and punts the air reverse.
Check it out, how set in his surfboard. His stands were always in control there. Landing tail forward. So nice effort there for Michael Rodriguez. That should get him into the lead for sure. Let's wait. Probably be the highest score of the heat.
And here we have scores dropping in from the judges. This is going to be a solid score for Michael.
Yep. 8.5 so far. There's one more judge to score here. It's going to be around the 8.5 range.
So again, just waiting for that score to finalize. One last judge needs to punch in the score. Keep in mind with each wave scored, you chuck out the high and the low, and you keep the middle three for the average score. And there it is, an 8.50. Not only the biggest score of the heat, but the biggest score we've seen so far today.
Yep.
The defending event champion, Michael Rodriguez, throwing it down, showing he wants to back up that win from last year.
Well, we're waiting for that score. I mean, we got 4.23 for this wave of Mateus Navarro. You see, even though he's done an aerial, but it was not as high as the other one. It was right on the inside. It was a much smaller wave, and that's why you see a 4.23 for the same kind of turn.
So just like that, we're within 7 minutes remaining in the heat, and it's Michael Rodriguez with a 7.0 and an 8.5 leading the way. Jose Ferreira with a 6.33 and a 5.60 sits in second. Mateus Navarro, meanwhile, sitting in the third spot, needs a 6.04 to jump into second and advance out. And currently residing in fourth position, Marco Fernandez. He's on the hunt for a 6.53 if he's going to make it on to round 3.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we got red up and right, and Michael Rodriguez, the leader of the heat, showing why he was a champion last year here. And he's so close on the ratings. Well, he's continuing his effort there on the inside. Nice couple of turns there, sliding the tail. Kind of, I thought he was going to nosedive there, but then he got control, but couldn't quite make it with the wave.
And here we have Ferreira up and riding. Nice wraparound turn. Snaps it back there, and he's going to climb this section. Gets a hit off the top before kicking out. So another nice wave there for Jose Ferreira.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give it away easy. He's in second spot. He's on the hot seat right now.
Yeah,
Everybody
so he's
wants
looking
his spot
to continue to build his scores.
Yep, he knows he's got to replace only 5.6. Well, he tried his best on that wave. Let's see if the judges agree that that's going to change. And meanwhile, out there, Mateus Navarro patiently waiting for set. Him and Marco Fernandez are having a closer look at the outside. Mateus is kind of moving more to the north.
As we hit the 5-minute mark here in Heat 16, it's crunch time out in the water. We'll see what these guys put together in the closing minutes. And another big score coming in for Jose Ferreira. This should definitely help firm up that second advancing position.
Yep.
And it's going to create a bit more work for Navarro and Fernandez.
And there he's up and riding again. He doesn't want to give any break for anybody, but that wave was closing out. He kicked out. He doesn't care, but he's got a good score coming in. He doesn't know yet, but he'll be knowing pretty soon. Only one judge to write the score here, and that's it, a 7.27 that gets him stays in second place, but now Mateus Navarro needs a 7.7 to come from third to second, and meanwhile Marco Fernandez needs a 8.2 to get back to.
And here's a look at that last wave from Mateus Navarro. Wraps it around. Another nice carving turn off the top there. Snaps it back. And continues on. Solid wave for Mateus Navarro. Again, currently sitting in third, looking for a 7.70.
Yep. Well, that's the highlights of this heat. You see guys shredding these little waves against the wind. That's Jose Ferreira's 6.33 at the start of the heat, I believe. Nice looking wave. Then we had Michael Rodriguez doing an aerial right there. And then continue on a connection of that wave, hoping for a little inside section.
Yeah, that wave, an 8.50, the highest scoring wave of the day so far. Then here's a look at Fernandez.
That was a 7 point.
Oh, that was the 7 point?
Yeah, the 8.5 is that large aerial he did. The big one he did on the end section. Well, this is Marco Fernandez on his first wave, first good wave.
And
that's
here
it. That's the 8.5. Oh, well. We got cut off there, but that was the 8.5 on a red jersey.
So we're down to 2:35 in the heat. Again, it's Rodriguez leading the way. Ferreira a second. Navarro chasing a 7.7. And Fernandez on the hunt for an 8.20. So the deficit increased with that last wave exchange from Rodriguez and Ferreira. And here we have Navarro.
Live action here. Mateus racing down the line, trying to find a wall in front of him, and that wave just did not help. Meanwhile, José Ferreira trying to hang on the second place there. There's about 2 minutes to go right now. Things are getting very dramatic for surfer in yellow and surfer in white right now. Time is taken away from them.
Yeah, Navarro, Fernandez on the outside looking in. They're still in it, but they need a solid wave to roll through if they're going to have an opportunity to advance out of this heat as we count down 140 left on the clock. And it's basically coming down to now or never. But Mother Nature, the great equalizer out there. Here we have Ferreira up and riding.
Yeah, Ferreira's trying to replace a 6.33 to better his position and make sure he stays in second place at least. Maybe go even to first, but that wasn't enough. He kind of struggled the whole wave, and then right at the end he fell off. He slipped on a back foot there, I think. And I guess things are done for José Ferreira. He's pedaling back out, but I don't think he'll have time. There's only 1 minute to go. And it takes about 1 minute and 40 seconds to 2 minutes to get out there again. So I don't think he'll have any time to ride another one. Meanwhile, out there with just 50 seconds to go, Mateus Navarro is just praying for a little hump so he can try and make the 7.7. He needs to get the second place.
And here we have the heat leader, Rodriguez, driving for speed again. Looked like he was going to go up to float the section, but didn't line it up correctly.
Probably changing. And that's Mateus right before the buzz with 30 seconds to go. He gets a set wave, a couple of cutbacks. He needs a 7.7. He's racing down the line. The wave just did not help Mateus there. And unfortunately and disappointing for Mateus, stayed in third place. Most probably. There's some scores to come in, but I tell you, with my experience, the situation is going to stay the same with Michael Rodriguez winning the heat and José Ferreira from Portugal in second place.
All right, so the final horn has sounded. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back and get you queued up for the next heat. And welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the 2015 Red Nose Pro at Praia de San Chino. I'm Steve Action Jackson, and joining me here in the booth, we have Mr. DC himself, Decio Couto, to help guide us through Heat 17 action out in the water. Already underway, we have Lucas Silveira in white, Stu Kennedy in black, and here is Silveira already up and riding.
That's right. Lucas Silveira is wearing white. I believe he has a score already, which is a 5.67. Good morning, everyone, to those who are watching us. This is my first shift. I start now, replacing Flavio Paderaz. Thanks, Steve. I'll be joining him to commentate on this next few heats. This is heat 17 of round 2. We got Lucas Silveira wearing white. Stuart Kennedy is red from Australia. Alan Donato is in yellow. And Vitor Bernardo is black. So 3 Brazilians and 1 Australian. What are your thoughts, Steve?
3 against 1, that's hardly fair.
Well, yesterday we saw Mr. Ohara from Japan battling it out with 3 other Brazilians, and he got the nod. So I don't know.
One of the great things about competitive surfing during these 25 minutes, it's every man for himself out there. So, it doesn't matter what country you're from or who's your friend. During those 25 minutes, you're out there to do one thing, get 2 top-scoring waves and advance on to the next round.
That's right, Steve, and that's the good thing about the World Surf League. It's a world for everyone. You just come here and show off your surfing, and it's all up for grabs. So Lucas Silveira is leading this heat. He's the only one who has already surfed. There he is. Oh, it's a replay. I believe that's Lucas' first wave. He does a good snap there off the top and finishes off on that section with another snap. So I believe he scored 5.67 on that ride, and then he had a fair ride for his second ride, which is a 3.17.
Well, for those of you just joining us today, it's been another grand adventure with the weather, forcing another delayed start this morning with hard winds, heavy rain, lots of thunder and lightning. Some of the lightning coming down over the water a little too close for comfort this morning. But we are underway, wrapping up the back half of round 2 competition as we wait for the new swell to fill in for tomorrow, as well as improved weather conditions. So today, an abbreviated schedule will run through heat 24 of round 2, and then tomorrow we'll start bright and early with round 3 and hopefully improved weather conditions and a new swell.
That's right. I believe the forecast says that we will have a bigger swell for tomorrow, coming more from southeast. And the conditions should improve regarding the weather too. Well, there we have, that was Vitor Bernardo. He just was in and out on a quick ride. So tomorrow it should be better, and I don't know about the rain, Steve, but it's been raining so much.
And in that previous camera shot, you could see the lovely Barbara Barca from Canal Woohoo interviewing the heat winner from the previous heat, the defending event champion, Michael Rodriguez.
That's right. 20 minutes to go on this heat, and there he is being interviewed by Woohoo. What a great channel that is. I always watch them, and it's amazing all the reports they bring up to the viewers. Anyways, the conditions haven't changed in this heat. Lucas has got the lead. Vitor only rode a quick wave, and he sits in second place with 19 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock.
And here we have some swell lines rolling in, hopefully a little wave activity for our competitors out in the water.
How's the wind?
And Stu Kennedy taking a look at this one. And honestly, right now, if it weren't for the rain, it'd probably be a little chunky out there with the wind. But fortunately, the rain smoothing things out a little. Stu on that previous wave, and now Lucas Silveira up and riding on the left. Nice big snap off the top. Wraps it around, trying to connect to the inside section. We're seeing a lot of this with the guys, trying to get that reform on the inside, get 1 or 2 more snaps, a couple of turns, maybe find an edge section to play with. And here we can see Vitor Bernardo taken to the air with the reverse on this right-hander.
That's right.
Quick wave exchange. A little quiet there at the beginning, but now, these guys getting down to business, getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Yes, and I believe we'll have some change because Vitor scored that right. He made that air reverse at the end of the wave, but that should count, and he will open up the battle here on heat 17. And I'll tell you what, Steve, how strong is this offshore?
Yeah, the wind has just been howling this morning, driving the rain. We've been talking about the weather and how sloppy and wet and rainy and windy it's been. It's been one of the major storylines of this event so far. We've seen some really big performances and some solid scores coming in from our riders, but the weather has been an absolute factor through everything so far.
That's right, but Lucas Silveira doesn't care about that. He just scored a 7.5 for his third wave, and I believe he's got a solid lead now because Alain Donato hasn't ridden a wave yet, and Stuart Kennedy from Australia just got his first wave clicked in here by the judges, which is a 5.6. So Stuart is in second now, and Vitor is, he needs 5.34. Judges are typing his last wave, and I don't think he will get it. There it is. It's a 4.5, so now Vitor needs only 1.11. with 16 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
And here we have another red nose replay to queue up. We're going to take a look at this wave from Victor Bernardo. Talk us through this.
Well, he started bumping his board, looking for speed. He can feel the offshore, and then he blows the tail off and with that air reverse. But I believe that was in the end section of the wave, so that's why the judges scored him a 4.5, which is a fair score for that wave, I believe.
Yeah, not a lot of elevation or projection, but still getting the rotation around. So a little bit, almost more of a nose pick reverse and then an air reverse, but still, getting the maneuver in and, getting the score as a result.
That's right. It will help his cause. Alain Donato hasn't ridden a wave yet. Vitor has two. Lucas Silveira, meanwhile, has two good waves under his belt. And Stuart Kennedy opened his account with a 5.6. So the situation is white first, red is second. There it is. That's yellow. Alain Donato.
Donato up and riding on his first wave, snaps it off the top, resets his line, driving for speed, bangs it there. Nice carving turn, continuing along, looking to finish. Slides the tail off that end section. And a good opening wave for Alain Donato. That'll get him on the board and into the mix here in Heat 17 with 15:25 left on the clock.
Well, he opened his account now, and with a good wave, I should say, because he maneuvered from the beginning all the way to the end. So judges will decide what is fair to him, and pretty soon they will start typing in their scores and we'll let you know. So he was currently sitting in fourth place, and he needed a 5.61 to move to second place. Stuart Kennedy holds the second position, but he has only one wave. Well, there it is. I believe he scored 5.23 and is still in fourth. So 14 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
It's been an interesting dynamic to this heat so far. Lucas Silveira staying pretty busy, Victor Bernardo as well. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of things, Alain Donato waited nearly 10 minutes before he got his first scoring wave.
That's right.
And here we have Bernardo again staying busy up and riding on the right. Kind of a lazy carving turn off the end there as that wave just died down on him.
That's right. I thought he was going for an air, but then he decided, well, maybe I should just kick out.
His body language was pretty much saying, I'm over it. So he turns around, heads back to the lineup. He'll look for something a little better. He's currently sitting in the second spot. He's got scores of 4.50, 2.57. Minimal scores, but it's enough to sit in second. Stu Kennedy, of course, opened up with that 5.60, but still looking for a backup score, as is Alain Donato. So right now, Kennedy only needs a 1.47. He pretty much just needs to ride a wave, and it'll change the situation. The same can be said for Alain Donato. As these guys both put down mid-range scores and looking for a secondary score to help change things out there.
That's right. They are playing the patience game and wait. I believe they will wait for a good wave wave selection plays a big part in professional surfing. These surfers, since we have priority in four-man heats, they can catch as many waves as they want, but they will be counted with their two best waves. So all it matters is picking two very good, well-selected wave in a heat, and they will go through. And that's what Evan Geiselman, Ezekiel Lau, Anthony Filingin, and Michael Wright will try to do on next heat. That's heat 18 I'm calling. So we have a full international scene on the next heat with a man from the United States, another from Hawaii, Costa Rica, and Australia. So that's heat 18, which is coming up. Meanwhile, yellow's pedaling. That's Alain Donato. He goes for a quick floater, snaps it off the top, and the wave kind of closes out on him. And while Red Stuart Kennedy is also riding, he does a very good snap there. Well, not that much. The wave just died out, and he decided to pedal back out.
So a quick wave exchange there from Donato and Kennedy. Both of those guys registering their secondary scores. That'll help change things up and improve their situation out in the water. We'll give you an update on that as soon as scores fall into place from our judges upstairs in the main event tower.
That's right. Well, I just got here, but Steve, you were commentating on the heat before. I watched besides the booth here, and I watched that the guy in red, Michael Rodriguez, going for the air. Tell me about it. How did you like that?
Oh, that was an incredible wave. He got an 8.5 for his efforts, took off, and was off to the races, just driving down the line for trying to get as much speed as possible. And then he just boosted that air reverse off the end, an 8.5, the highest score of the event today, and obviously the highest score of the heat.
That's right. Meanwhile, Stuart Kennedy is surfing live action here right now. He rode a quick wave there, a quick right, but he had a move on. Let's see what happens, because that might change or not. Anyways, Lucas Silveira is still in the lead. He's got a solid lead, I should say, in this heat with a 7.5 and a 5.67. Stuart Kennedy holds the second place. He has 5.6 and a 2-point ride. Meanwhile, Viro Bernardo is in third place. He needs 3.11 to take second. Alain Donato, well, there he is, Alain Donato. Well, he goes for the floater, snaps it off the top, rotates it. Oh, it's amazing how much these guys are skilled surfers. With a tiny little wave, they can do all kinds of tricks.
Yeah, nice wave there for Donato. I like how he slid the tail, went around, looked like he was going to do 180 and just bring it back around. But a bit of a delayed 360 reverse on that one as he swung it around and kept on going.
That's right. That should improve his calls. He scored 4.10 on the wave before, and that moved him into second place. Now Stuart Kennedy is in third. He needs 3.73. And Vito Bernardo holds fourth place. He's in need of 4.84 ride. So Lucas Silveira keeps his lead with 9 minutes and 14 on the clock.
And here's a red nose replay of that last wave for Donato. Nice hit off the first section. Snaps it off the top, throws the tail, a delayed reverse. Nice wave there for Donato. Wasn't a whole lot to work with on that wave, but making the best of the situation and what Mother Nature's providing.
That's right, and it's amazing because he had total control on that move, even though the wind was blowing off his face, and he could manage to complete his maneuver well. That's live action. That is Stuart Kennedy with a quick snap there, and he's trying to, he goes for another one, another off the top, and he tries to bring it to the inside section. He pumps for the re-entry right there on the section, and he's still going. Look at that little wave. Wow. Well, that was Australian Stuart Kennedy wearing red. He came all the way to the shore break, in that ride, and I believe that should change things on Heat 17.
Yes, 8 minutes remaining on the clock right now. Lucas Silveira with the 5.67, 7.50. His top two scores, that's enough to hold the lead. Alan Donato, meanwhile, a 5.23 and a 4.70 sits in second. There you can see on screen coming up in the next heat, Evan Geiselman, Ezekiel Lau, Anthony Fillingham, and Michael Wright. They are on deck getting ready to hit the water. You see them hit the water at the 5-minute mark. Meanwhile, out in the water waiting for that last score to drop for Stu Kennedy. He currently sits in third. Needs a 4.33. He had a very solid ride. We'll see what he scores with the judges. Meanwhile, Victor Bernardo sitting in the fourth spot. Only needs a mid-range score of a 5.43, so not a whole lot of separation between these guys chasing after that second spot. Lucas Silveira, meanwhile, a little bit more room to breathe with a combined heat total of 13.17 at the moment.
That's right. Silveira wearing white started very strong this heat. He had 3 waves right off the bat, and he kept his lead all the way through up until now. And Alain Donato, Stuart Kennedy, and Vitor Bernardo are fighting for second position. It has changed. Well, there it is. It changed again. Judges have just typed in Stuart Kennedy's last wave, and that is a 6.9, brings him into second place. Now, Donato needs 7.27 to get to second, and Vitor Bernardo needs an excellent score in the 8-point range to get to second.
All right, so there it is, 6:20 left on the clock, and out in the water there you can see our competitors out in the lineup paddling for position, up and riding on the right-hander, Stu Kennedy pumping for speed, throws the tail. Nice little snap there, trying to stay with this one as the right-hander gets a little small. Nice wrapping turn there for Stu Kennedy. Again, he's in a second now, looking to replace a 5.60 as his backup score.
That's right. It's, as I said before, it's amazing how much talent and skills these guys have. That was a tiny little wave, and he managed to put on 2 good moves on that little right. So judges will award him with a score for that, and he might even improve his situation a little bit. We got to wait and see what happens. That's 5 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock now. So Lucas is still sitting there, and there's the replay for Kennedy's air reverse. What do you say about that, Steve? Look at the size of the wave.
Very small wave, but he found the right section, threw into an air 180, got the fins out. Nice wave there for Stu Kennedy. Unfortunately, a 4.53 will not factor into his top 2 waves, as that right-hander was pretty small, and there wasn't really a whole lot around that small air maneuver, so he'll paddle back out to the lineup. He'll look to improve his overall combined heat total and fend off Alan Donato and Victor Bernardo with 4.5 minutes left in the heat, and here's a look at Donato.
That's right. That's a heat recap. So that was Donato's best wave. He kept riding all the way with total control over his board. And then that's Lucas Silveira. I believe that's one of his first waves. He just was hitting the lip on that left, and he got total control over his board. It's amazing, these kids. They're light, and their boards are designed for them. Well, there's Vitor Bernardo. He caught that little right, started pumping, putting pressure on his board until he released the tail off at the end of his wave. Well, that was Stuart Kennedy's best wave, I believe, that right, where he put on a few snaps and he rode it all the way to the shore break. And that helped his cause to put him back into second place. That is the 6.9 he scored a few minutes ago. So that's the situation we have. White is first. Kennedy from Australia holds second place, wearing red. Alain Donato is in need of a 7.27. He's in yellow, and Vitor Bernardo needs an 8-point ride with 3 minutes, 8 seconds on the clock.
All right, so, I've been pretty impressed with the Red Nose Heat recap and the Red Nose replay, giving us a good solid second look and sometimes even a quick little third peek at some of the rides we've been seeing out in the water from our competitors. It's really nice to be able to break things down like that, not only here in the booth, but for the viewers at home.
That's right. It's amazing all the work these guys back here are doing and helping everyone, not just us and you guys watching, but also the judges. They have a replay camera. Well, Vitor Bernardo, he took off on a wave there, but couldn't quite hold his position there. He will pedal back out and try for a better wave. The situation is still the same. We got a pedal there by Yellow. Decided not to catch that wave. We are almost at the end of this heat.
2 minutes remaining, and it's down to the wire pretty much. Again, Donato looking for a 7.27. Bernardo looking for an 8.0 as Silveira and Kennedy have created a little bit of separation score-wise. Now, as we break the 2-minute mark, Silveira leads the way. Stu Kennedy in second. Donato chasing, again, like I said, a 7.27. Bernardo trying to suss out an 8.0 time running out. And it looks like we have some waves rolling through. We'll see if we have any takers. Possibly a last-minute change of scenario. We'll see who gets the opportunity to scrap it out one last time.
Well, it's all possible out there because we just watched on the heat before, Michael Rodriguez had a wave and he scored an 8.5. So these guys need scores around that to get to second place. I'm talking about Donato and Bernardo. So there it is. That's Yellow, Alain Donato. He's pedaling for that right, and he took off, and there he goes. First snap, the wave kind of dies out, but then he starts pumping his board for another quick snap. He tries to get to the inside. Short break time, and not much for him.
Diving for lobsters at the end of that one. Meanwhile, Stu Kennedy rides off into the sunset. We lost him on the view screen. And here we have Silveira up and riding. So less than a minute left on the clock, counting down 35 seconds. Wave exchange going fast and furious for these guys. Silveira, the heat leader. A little victory lap, I guess you could say. Stu Kennedy trying to firm up the second spot. Donato had a wave. Bernardo had a wave. Everybody just giving it one last go as we count down the last 15 seconds on the clock. Things got real interesting real quick there in the last minute.
Yes, that's right. I believe Donato and Bernardo didn't have much on offer. You can see the disappointment on Bernardo pedaling out there. So that it is. Heat is over, and Silveira and Kennedy move on to the next round. So Lucas Silveira scored 13.17 for his total, and Stuart Kennedy in red scored 12.5. Well, I'll tell you what, in these conditions, those are pretty big scores, I believe.
Yeah, so here's a quick look at the Red Nose replay, the action we saw out in the water. Here's Donato on one of his better scoring waves. He opened with a 5.23, then backed it up with a 4.70. Unfortunately, came up a little short. He finished third in that heat. That was his last-ditch effort at the end there.
That's right. That was we are watching on the replay here Lucas Silveira's last wave. I believe that will not... it did help his cause. He scored 6.27 and increased his lead with that last wave. So, he was... I'm sorry. I should tell you that Stuart Kennedy scored 7.57, overtook Silveira on his last wave. So red finished first and white second. Still the same guys moving in through next round.
There you go. And the horn is sounded for the next heat. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Well, we have a pedal, maybe some problems here. Okay, there is black up and riding. That is Evan Geiselman, I believe, or is it Michael Wright?
This is Michael Wright up and riding, right in the black jersey. Evan Geiselman in red, Ezekiel Lau in white, and Anthony Fillingham in the yellow jersey assignment. So we're going to hold off on the commercial break as we go right into the action. As soon as the horn sounded, we're about to go to commercial break, and these guys jumped right into the fray.
That's right, Steve. That was Evan Geiselman, right, who rolled his first wave, or was it Wright?
That was Michael Wright in black. Evan Geiselman is red.
Okay.
So,
well, I just got here, and it says Evan Geiselman has his name printed in the top of black, so I misunderstood that. I'm sorry about. Anyways.
Yeah, no worries. We just want to make sure we keep things clear for the viewers at home. So, Michael Wright, Anthony Fillingham wasting no time registering their first scoring waves as we get into Heat 18. Again, we're going to finish off round 2 today. So we've got 4 more heats after this before we call it a morning.
Wow, that's right. Maybe 6 heats, I should say, or this is Heat 18. I believe we're going to Heat 24.
Actually, 6, yeah. My math is off. Bear with me.
That's right. Anyways, do you have any information to me? Because I'm curious. Michael Wright, his surname seems very familiar with elite surfer Owen Wright and Tyler Wright. Are they siblings or not? Do you know any? Do you have any information? Because I know that they have a younger brother, Owen and Tyler, but I don't know if we're talking about the right person here. So I should check in on that.
Yeah, not quite sure on the familial relationship. So something to check in. Maybe you can look into that and let us know.
Okay, well, there it is. These guys from the last heat are bringing their singlets back to the structure. That is Lucas Silveira talking to his friends. That is Leonardo Fioravanti, Italian, excellent rider. He just won a contest, I believe, in the U.S., a junior event or something like that. I can't remember, but I saw something on the news. Anyways, this is the World Surf League Red Nose Pro 2015 for those who are watching us now. Round 2. This is the Heat 18, and there are 22 minutes remaining for this heat. Anthony Fillingham has ridden just one wave, and so has Michael Wright. They have only small scores. Well, Michael Wright has scored 3.5, and I believe he will change that until the end of the heat. So Heat 17, the previous heat, had a change in the last second. Stuart Kennedy finished first with 14.47. Lucas Silveira followed behind with 13.77. So both of these guys will be on the next round. And Vitor Bernardo and Alan Donato didn't have much luck, and they say goodbye. There it is. It's red, Steve.
Evan Geiselman snaps it off the top there. Follows it up with another solid snap off the top. Cuts it back there. Another nice turn. And then unfortunately goes down at the end. Not that there was a whole lot to work with there on that right-hander as it started to die down on the inside, but that'll get Evan on the board with his first wave of the heat.
Well, I believe that is going to be the best wave of this heat so far because he started quite strong with those 2 backside snaps. So that's up to the judges to make the call and bring the score, but we'll let you know as soon as we have it. With 20 minutes, 39 seconds on the clock. This is Heat 18. There is the replay. I believe that's Evan Geiselman. Check that out. That's those 2 snaps. I'm sure it will count, and he will start the heat with maybe an average or good ride.
Here's one more look at the red nose replay in slow motion. Evan Geiselman with a couple of solid turns on that wave, hitting off the top. It goes vertical on that one and just unloads. Nice turn maneuvering there from Evan.
That's right. Well, I'm not a judge, but I'm calling it a good ride in these conditions. It's not too easy out there, and these guys are flying, I'll tell you that.
All right, so it looks like we have Evan Geiselman with a couple of scores coming in. Still waiting for Ezekiel Lau to get on the board with his first venture into the heat.
Well, there is Evan Geiselman up again. He's up and riding. Quick snap off the top. does another one and just dies out. Well, there it is, Ezekiel Lau, surfer from Hawaii, and he is flying. That's Lau lines, I believe, because I saw something. He was flying out there, and he's a heavy kid. He's not a little kid.
So Ezekiel Lau airing it out with the air reverse. Here's a look on the red nose replay. Chucks the tail, gets the rotation, finishes off in the white water, rides out clean. A nice opening wave for Ezekiel Lau.
You bet. Perfectly executed air there by Zilau. The Hawaiian wearing white started his account with an air reverse. So that will put him back in the hunt.
Here's
for the
one more look on the red nose replay.
There it is. Well, he pumps the board with a lot of speed and just flies over through that section and finishes off close to the shore break in the whitewash. So I believe the judges will award him an average to good score. Let's see.
Meanwhile, scores coming in for Evan Geiselman, a 5.67 on his first wave, a 2.50 on the follow-up wave that has Evan in the early lead, and there's a 4.83 falling into place for Ezekiel Lau. That moves him up to second. Meanwhile, Michael Wright with a 3.50. He's up and riding, taking a look at this right-hander. Talk us through this.
That's right. He goes for a quick snap off the top and does the re-entry there on the white water, keeps going, trying to squeeze everything he can out of this little ride. The wave refuses to help him, and he keeps pumping, and he's on the shore break, I believe. Let's see what he can do. There's not much on offer. So there was Michael Wright in black. That will be his second ride, and that should help his cause because the surfer in white, Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii, has only ridden one wave and holds the second place. So Wright should change that as soon as the judges type in the scores for his second ride. So 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. It's not so easy. Conditions have changed today. It's a little bit smaller than last night. The wind is now not so strong. We're going to have a series of changes today, I believe, in the weather. And there's the replay for Michael Wright's last wave. Or maybe that's the 3.5, as we see on the board. That is Michael squeezing everything he can out of that little ride. He pumps his board all the way to the shore break, even though there was not much on offer. He did his job there. And while it seems like the rain has stopped for a while, I hope. Steve, my partner here, he's very tired of the rain. He's got his clothes all wet because he's been here in Santinho and he helps everyone. Yesterday I saw him. He was saving the lifeguards with the jet skis and everyone. He was helping everyone there when the storm hit. So now he's sitting here, but I'll tell you what, he's wet.
You know what? No big deal. Just lending a helping hand yesterday. And the weather is what it is. You deal with it as it comes along. Just like the riders are dealing with the conditions out in the water today, as you know, we have slightly smaller, diminished surf out in the water, but things should get better tomorrow. So we'll see how it all plays out. But these guys getting the job done, and it's our job here to get the job done as well.
That's right, Steve. You're a good man. We just saw the competitors area there. Surfers are talking to each other, and they're very happy, I believe, because the waves are good. Well, it have been good. It's a little smaller today, but yesterday and the day before, we had very good conditions. Yesterday morning, the swell was pumping, and we saw a lot of excellent rides. We seem 9 point something to Mr. William Cardozo on the first round, and then on the second round he had a shocker and got knocked out of competition, and so we will not be watching William Cardozo on round 3. But also, we have seen some excellent rides yesterday, and I hope the conditions improve a little bit today, because it's getting really, really small. Anyways, 14 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on this heat. Evan Geisman is wearing red. He leads up until now. Second is Michael Wright. He is in need of 3.75 to overtake the lead. Ezekiel Lau is wearing white. He's in third. He has to get to second.
All right, so 0.10. Anthony Fillingham needing a 6.26. There you can see the breakdown on screen up in the top corner. Meanwhile, you can see the competitors paddling across the lineup, trying to reposition themselves. There's a lot of pull out in the water today, a lot of current to contend with, as well as the wind, so it's really easy to get dragged down towards the south end.
That's right. Well, we have a set approaching. We have a pedal for white, and there it is. That's Zilao on that left. He hit off the top. Another quick snap. He tries to hold on. The wave kind of dies out, and he kicks out. Well, there is Yellow. That's Fillingham, the Costa Rican surfer on that left. He snaps it off the top once again. He does it on the inside section and kicks out. So that was Yellow. Well, Red is also up and riding. That we just saw the end of his last ride. Evan Geiselman, he holds the lead up until now. Their call and type in their scores with 12 minutes on the clock.
Already halfway through this heat, and it's the American leading the way right now. Evan Geiselman holding the advantage for the moment. Again, he's got a 5.67, or looking to and maintain the lead in this heat with 11:35 on the clock. There you can see Evan really just going to town, working over that smaller right-hander, making the best of the situation out in the water.
You're right. I'm not a judge here right now, but I'll tell you what, Evan Geisman's last wave seems to me like the best wave of the heat, and he should improve his position in this heat right now. He's got a 5.67 and a 2.5, which he will easily replace now after judges type in his scores. And there it is. It's coming. So it should be a good ride. He's going to extend his lead after that. There it is, 6.67. So now Michael Wright holds second place. He needs 7.91 to take first place. Meanwhile, surfer in white, Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii needs only 3.1 to take second from Wright. And surfer in yellow from Costa Rica, Anthony needs 6.26 to get to second place. There it is. He's up and riding on that right. And he decides to kick out after he found out there was not much on offer. So situation is red is first, second is black, white third needs 3.1, and yellow needs 6.26 with 10 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock.
It's been a pretty slow-going heat so far. You know, we're looking at one or two rides on the board for these guys, with the exception of Evan Geiselman, who has had the good fortune of not only, finding three waves to his liking, but he's got the top two scores in the heat so far with that 5.67 opening wave and the 6.67 on his most recent venture. So, things are working for Evan Geiselman, but still, it's been relatively quiet out there. We've got a total of, 7 waves written with a couple of scores still coming in. So, a little difficult out there. Definitely testing the patience, I would imagine, of our riders in the water.
That's right. Well, there we see in the screen, that's Heitor Alves, former World Tour surfer, trying to qualify again this year. He's going to be wearing white. Brent Dorrington will be in red. Cahill Bell Warren will be wearing yellow, and Wesley Dantas black. That's the next heat of round 2, heat number 19. So again, as we have this morning, the wind's not so strong right now, but the waves are kind of small, I should say. That's red. Evan Geisman up and riding, quick snap off the top. He goes for the floater over through that section and kicks out.
Yeah, it seems since the rain stopped, there's more texture on the face of the wave. It's almost as if the rain was smoothing things out and giving these guys a little more leeway with the conditions out there. Now without the rain and even with less wind, there just seems to be a lot of texture out there, and the waves have gotten small on these guys and just make it really difficult to pick and choose out there.
You bet.
As they try and work their way through this heat and advance on to round 3. So right now, advantage, Evan Geiselman with the lead. Zeke Lau moving into the second spot. That bumps Michael Wright to third. Wright needing a 3.58, and currently at the bottom of the ladder, sitting in fourth, Anthony Fillingham needs a 6.33. Still some scores to come. It'll change things up a little bit there. It is a 5.77 for Fillingham. Now he just needs a 2.23, but he remains in fourth position.
That's right. Red and white are advancing out of this heat right now, but that can change at any moment as soon as we have a good set for these guys. This is heat number 18. We started with heat 13 today, halfway through round 2. So we should finish round 2 today. And the contest director, I believe, decided to make only those heats up until the 24th of second round. And we might have a later call. What do you say, Steve? Is that a good call or not?
I definitely think it's a good idea to hold off and wait for the improved swell conditions tomorrow. But I'm just a commentator. I don't make that call.
That's right. Meanwhile, Michael Wright was riding a small left, trying to squeeze everything he could out of that little wave. He didn't have much on offer. He pedaling back out, and I'm not sure if that is going to help his cause. He's got a 3.5 already on the board and a 4.43 for his best wave. Currently, he sits in third place. He is in need of only 3.5 in. That should help. There it is. It did. So he scored 4 points. He moved on to second place. He overtook Mr. Lau in white. So now Ezekiel needs 3.6 to steal back second place from Michael Wright. And yellow is still in fourth. He is in need of a 2.66 ride to get to second. With 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on this heat, Geiselman holds the lead from the beginning of this heat. He has a 5.67 as his first ride, and then his third wave is a 6.67, and he holds the lead. And Wright just took second place, and he needs 7.91 to get to first. And white and yellow are in the same position. 5 minutes, 5 seconds.
5 minutes left on the clock, and there you can see our riders out in the water. Eyes on the horizon, waiting to see if anything rolls through to give them something to work with here in the closing minutes. And here we have Michael Wright looking to improve his overall combined score and his hold on that second advancing spot. Chucks the tail, gets it around, got a little caught up, and ends up pulling off the back there. That will most likely not factor in to Michael Wright's top 2 scores. And here's a look at the red nose replay. Wright driving for speed, a little snap off the top, chucks the tail, tries to swing it around, but just got caught up there at the end. Not quite what he was planning on that last wave, but unfortunately things don't always go as planned.
That's right. He tried his luck there. Wasn't very successful, but, well, they have to. With these conditions especially, they got to give 100%. Otherwise, there we have the replay for Michael Wright's efforts. He rotated that, landed it, and he kind of caught his tail and couldn't quite finish that. So that will not come into his account, and he still is in second. He's still in second place. So if situations keeps like that, he will move on to round 3. But
and there you can see the breakdown on screen. This is the Red Nose Pro 2015 coming to you live from Praia de Santinho in front of the resort and our sponsor, Costão de Santinho, here in Florianópolis, Santa Catarina, in the south of Brazil. And there you can see one of our competitors getting ready to hit the water in the next heat. Brent Dorrington from Australia getting stretched out, warmed up, and ready to go.
That's right. Well, they're stretching these kids because I know that they have so much skill and they will fly and they look like rubber man. They can do all the positions to achieve their goals, and that is yellow up and riding. Does a quick snap, cuts back into the section, does a quick re-entry there, keeps going into the inside, and another off the top to finish off his wave. And there is Evan Geiselman in red with a quick in and out. That will not help him much with 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Just like that, we're down to the 2-minute mark. Evan Geiselman maintains the lead. Michael Wright currently in second, trying to fend off Ezekiel Lau and Anthony Fillingham. They need a 3.60 and a 2.66 respectively. And not a whole lot of separation between Michael Wright and the other two riders that are on the outside looking in. So he definitely needs to be on his guard in the final 140 if he's going to hold on. And there it is. Fillingham takes the lead. He jumps ahead of Michael Wright. He scored a 4.30 on his last wave. That was enough to move him into the second spot. So with 1:30 left on the clock, here we have Michael Wright looking to take back the second spot. Nice big snap to open things up. Carving turn, bounces off the whitewater, resets his line, another quick snap there. Follows it up with a carving turn there, pumping for speed, looking for an end section, and slashes off the end there. And here we have Zeke Lau throwing his head into the mix, trying to work his way out of the fourth spot. Needs a 5.25. So just as we were alluding to, in the final couple of minutes, things have just gotten crazy out in the water. Hot and heavy exchange out there between Michael Wright, Fillingham, and Lau.
That's right.
Fillingham taking that second spot, Wright bumped to third, Lau trying to work his way out of fourth. Coming down to 40 seconds remaining, and we're going to wait to see how those scores filter through from the judges and see how everything shakes out when all is said and done.
That's right. I believe Michael Wright will improve his situation. Well, there is yellow up and riding. He does a quick snap. And another one, squeezing everything he can out of that little right. He keeps going into the inside section and finishes off right there. Anyways, Michael Wright's wave was a very well-ridden wave, I believe. We saw it from the beginning. And the screen didn't show the start of White's last wave. So I believe we have a replay for those two rides very soon. And we'll let you know as soon as the judges type in their scores.
And just like that, the horn is sounded, and we've burned through 25 minutes of surfing action out in the water, waiting for those final scores to register.
Wow.
And here's a quick look at the Red Nose Heat recap. Evan Geiselman came out, opened up with a 5.67, backed it up with a 6.67 as well, and pretty much led the way throughout the course of the heat, never really looked back. Meanwhile, here, Zeke Lau, he only had a few waves in this heat trying to make the best of things, but it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot rolling his way to work with. Zeke Lau currently in fourth spot waiting for his last score. Meanwhile, this man, Michael Wright, he was in that second spot for most of the heat, then in the last couple of minutes got bumped to third. Had one last-ditch effort to try and work his way back into advancement position, waiting for that score to register as well.
Well, I believe his last wave was his best wave. I'm not a judge to call that, but that's my honest opinion, he should improve his situation. That was Evan Geiselman's last wave. This is the highlights from heat number 18. Judges are still typing. There are a lot of scores to be typed in. There is Michael Wright's last wave. And there it is. It's a 7.17. He moved to second place. Judges still have to type White's last, and then we just are watching that on the screen. He does 2 quick snaps, keeps bringing it to the inside, and finishes off right there, almost on the shore break. There he is pumping his board. Ezekiel Lau, he's not a little kid. He's a big kid, I should say. And he keeps going, and we have to wait now for the judges to score his last wave.
Meanwhile, here's a look at Anthony Fillingham. He gave a great last-ditch effort in the last couple of minutes. It was enough to move into second, but then unfortunately Michael Wright came right back and bumped him back down to third. Now we're just waiting for the final results for Zeke Lau. We'll get that to you in just a moment. Right now, we're going to cut out for a commercial break. We'll be back right after this. And welcome back to day 3 here at the Red Nose Pro 2015. The horn is sounded. We are underway. Here is rider in black taking a look, Wesley Dantas. Wesley getting things going on the right-hander. A couple of quick snaps off the top, trying to find an inside section, but not much to work with there. Meanwhile, just to revisit the previous heat, in the end, it was Evan Geiselman taking the win. Ezekiel Lau was able to move up to third, but came up just short of advancing out of that heat. Michael Wright finished second, and unfortunately, Anthony Fillingham had a solid go of things, got bumped down. Here's a look at the heat out in the water right now. Brent Dorrington in red, Heitor Alves in white, Cale Belwarren in yellow, and Wesley Dantas in black.
That's right. I believe there was a little misunderstanding there. They showed a picture of Wiggly Dantas there, but that's Wesley, not Wiggly. The pictures, that's okay. Anyways, there it is. That was yellow. Cahill Belwarren flying over that last section. We didn't get the beginning of his ride. We should have that pretty soon. We'll let you know. The heat, there it is, the replay from yellow's first wave. He holds his position there, trying to keep up, and couldn't quite finish. So he's got 1.07. Wesley Dantas also has ridden a wave, and he scored 2.5. Those are thrown outs, but they have already started. And on heat 19, with 23 minutes remaining, so Evan Geiselman and Michael Wright came out of that heat, and white and yellow didn't make it. So they will have a chance sometime soon. But right now we are underway with heat 19 of round 2. This is the Red Nose Pro 2015 World Surf League QS 6000. And we have a paddle now. That's yellow. That's the Australian trying his luck on a quick ride. He cuts back into that section, keeps pumping his board, trying to get to the inside and maybe try to move on. That was a very small, quick re-entry. And that's Wesley Dantas in white, trying to bring to the inside. And he snaps it off the top in the shore break almost.
So a nice wave exchange there between Belwarren and Dantas. We'll see how those scores shake out. They were the first ones on the board with waves scored. Now just waiting to hear from Brent Dorrington and Heitor Alves. And Cale Belwarren actually had a pretty solid outing yesterday. We started off the day with the back half of round 1, and Cale Belwarren, one of the first 3 heats out in the water to get things started yesterday. Here he is in round 2 action, trying to pick up where he left off. He won his heat yesterday, trying to do likewise today. So again, Cale with a 1.07 on his first wave, waiting for the second wave to score. It'll be a minimal score, but it'll be the first one with 2 waves ridden. Also waiting for that last wave of Wesley Dantas as these guys looking to build their scores, and Wesley waiting no time, up and riding on this wave. Chucks the tail but loses his grip, and here we have Brent Dorrington up and riding. Hard carving turn off the top. Cuts it back mid-face on this one. Rebounds off the whitewater. Trying to set up an inside section. Waiting for this to stand up for him. We'll see if he gets one more section to hit off of. There he hits off the end section. That'll get Brent Dorrington on the board with his first wave. And here we have Wesley Dantas up again. Wesley wasting no time, as we have 2 or 3 scores pending for Wesley Dantas right now.
Yes, with 20 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, the battle has started. Waves are a little smaller now, but needless to say, these guys are going very fast through those little sections, trying to move on, get some points, and get to round 3. Please give us some waves. They're praying, I believe. There's a replay that is Wesley Dantas in his last wave with a quick snap. Then he hits it off the top. Oh, I'm sorry, that is Heitor Alves, not Wesley. And I believe that is going to open his account very well, because he rode it all the way to the shore break with good moves. There it is, quick snap right there on the inside. Judges are typing now the scores for the wave. You have just seen it and watched, and that should be a good ride. So Wesley Dantas has ridden 3 waves. His best score was a 2.5 from those waves. Cahill Belwarren has ridden 2 waves too. Judges are still typing his second wave. And Heitor Alves is going to steal the lead from Wesley with only his first wave. There we see the picture of the Rocks and the Costão do Santinho, our co-sponsor. And I believe they are treating Steve very well. Are you being well fed, Steve?
Everybody staying at Costão de Santinho is being well looked after and taken care of. Costão de Santinho, our presenting sponsor for this event, and they've rolled out the welcoming mat and really taken good care of us. So great to have them on board for this event.
That's right. Anyways, Heitor Alves scored 5.83 on his first wave, so he's in the lead. Brent Dorrington scored 4.33. He's second. There we have Wesley Dantas on that little right, trying to squeeze everything he can out of that mushy little wave. Wow. Anyways, that is not going to help his cause. Heitor Alves scored 5.83. He's in first with only 1 wave. Brent Dorrington has 4.33. We have a paddle there that is yellow. The man from Australia with a quick snap. Another one. He brings it to the inside, pumps his board, flows through that section, and once again finishes with a re-entry. So there was Heitor Alves now. We didn't see the beginning of his ride. That's the finish on the shore break. So Heitor Alves is taking it very seriously, and so is Cahill Belwarren.
And here we have a little bit of a paddle battle. These guys trying to get back out into lineup. Remember, we are utilizing 4-man priority out in the water. Here's a quick red nose replay of Cale Belwarren on his previous wave. Slicing and dicing, finds a nice speed line, snaps it there, and hits off the end section. Slices off that oncoming closeout section. And then a quick little paddle battle with the former CT competitor, Heitor Alves, to get back out into the lineup. And Alves destroyed that last wave. No mercy on these diminishing conditions. He opened up with a 5.83. The score coming in could very well be the biggest score of the event so far. Here's a look at the red nose replay. Heitor Alves, a little behind the section, gets around why he was able to compete on the championship tour level and making a case for himself on why he should be able to work his way back to the CT.
That's right. Well, with a 9.7, he starts his heat very well indeed. He scored 5.83 on his first wave. Given the conditions, that would be a good ride, but now he scored an almost perfect 10. So he got a 10 from one of the judges and then 9.5s and 9.8s. So the system works. They cut the lowest and the highest, and then there's the average, 9.7, which is an excellent score and the best score of this contest so far.
And with those two waves, he has put the rest of the field out in the water in the combination situation. They all basically needed two new high-scoring waves if they're going to have any chance at catching up with Heitor Alves.
Well, that's not an easy task, I believe. Anyways, they will be out there for that. Cahill Bell Warren needs a combination of two rides to achieve 15.54 to move to first place, but Cahill holds second place right now with 14 minutes 35 seconds on the clock. Third is Wesley Dantas. Wesley needs 5.23 to get to second place, that is. And Brent Dorrington needs 3.41 also to take second place.
This is pretty interesting to watch. Alves pretty much putting the rest of the field in combination situation only 10 minutes into the heat. Now with 14 minutes and change remaining on the clock, it's up to Cale Bell Warren, Wesley Dantas, and Brent Dorrington to play catch-up.
That's right. Well, with those kind of scores, well, we have a paddle now. That's red up and riding. That is Brent Dorrington, the little surfer from the Queensland, the Sunshine State. There it is, showing his qualities on these waves. He just flew over that section, rotated his board, landed it perfectly, and there he is in the inside section, squeezing everything he can out of that wave. And that's Heitor Alves. We didn't see the beginning of his wave here on the screen, but needless to say, I believe Brent Dorrington is going to improve his situation with his last wave. Meanwhile, we have a paddle that is yellow. The other Australian is, well, he was trying that. He just kicked out with 13 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Heitor Alves has a huge lead over the three other surfers, and I believe Mr. Dorrington will improve his situation with his last wave. I'm not sure if he's going to have a score like Alves' second score, but we should wait for the judges to make their call and type in. And
first, bit of a nose pick on that one, and gets the rotation around. It looks like he was on his tippy toes on the rail to get it around, but that'll give him his second score and help improve his situation. Right now with Alves sitting on a 5.83 and a 9.70 and having the rest of the field in combination, it's really a battle for second place, and it's pretty close when you look at it. Cale Bell Warren sitting in that second spot trying to hold off Wesley Dantas. Dantas only needs a 5.23. Dorrington trying to find a 3.41. This could very well move him into the second spot once the score registers. And here's a red nose replay of Wesley Dantas on the left-hander.
That's right. With a quick snap to start, there's the second one. He moves on to the inside section, cuts back into the white water, and keeps pumping his board to another floater and finishes off with a little reverse. Well, maybe not quite finished. He rides it all the way to the sand. There was the replay for Wesley Dantas' last wave. Wesley is currently in third place. He needs 5.23 to move to second place. Brent Dorrington Meanwhile, he only needed 3.41 to take second, but I believe that will change because he scored 5.83 in his last wave. He now is in second, and Mr. Dorrington needs 9.70. That's the same score Heitor Alves had in his second wave. So if Brent gets that, he will move into first place. Meanwhile, Cahill Warren is in third. He needs 5.67 to move to second, and Wesley Dantas needs 7.66 to also move to second place.
So there you have it. Brent Dorrington no longer in combination situation. He's found a path out of combo land, but still needs a very sizable 9.70 to overtake the lead. But he does assume the second position, looking to advance on out of this heat. Cale Belwarn needing a 5.67. And now Wesley Dantas, who has been very busy, he's already got 4 waves ridden. He needs a 7.66. He needs to start putting together some slightly more sizable scores if he's going to move on out of this heat. So again, 9:40 on the clock. Alves on point with a 9.70, the biggest score of the event, needs to replace a 5.83 here. Dorrington in second, trying to build his score and fend off Belwarn and Dantas. Nice wrapping turn there as he continues to work this right-hander to the inside. Gets a little speed line. We'll see if he hits off the end. Nice little snap to finish. So Dorrington looking to build upon his 4.33 and 5.83 to strengthen his hold on second and advance on to round 3.
That's right. I believe he will improve. He rode that wave very well indeed. And this guy has a smooth style. I really admire the way he rides his waves. He was here last year. I believe he made the semifinals in Joaquina for this QS 6000 last year, and he just finished his third wave, and we will wait for the judges to type in their scores. Meanwhile, Heitor Alves rode his third wave. He scored 4.63 in that wave. Well, we're moving to heat number 20 of round 2. We have Dion Atkinson in red, Mehdi Verminardi in white. Oh, we have a ride now. That's Wesley Dantas trying his luck on a little ride. He pumps his board all the way to the shore break. And, well, I believe he finished there. We couldn't see it on the screen. Anyways, I was calling out heat number 20. Parker Coffin from the United States will be in yellow. And Nick von Rupp from Portugal, I believe, will be in black. Dion Atkinson red. And Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion Island will be in white. So, well, Wesley Dantas had a 5.33. Well, there is red up and riding again with a quick snap, a second snap now. He moves into, well, couldn't quite hold his position there.
So there it is, 7:12 left on the board. Dorrington, again, continuing to work on his scores. Paddles back out. He'll wait for his last couple of wave scores to register. He's currently sitting on a 4.33 and a 5.83, but a couple of quick waves there for Brent, trying to hold on to that second spot. Meanwhile, Wesley Dantas with a 5.33, his best wave of the heat so far, moves him into the third spot. Now he needs a 4.84. And you can tell Wesley has struggled a little bit. He's got a bigger build, and having that bigger frame and fighting with these diminishing conditions, these smaller waves today kind of an in-between day, and Wesley doing his best to put together just a mid-range score at this point. Able to move into the third spot. That actually bumps Cale Belwarn down into the fourth position. But Cale only needs a 5.67. We'll see what he can put together in the final 6 minutes of this heat. And here we have the scores coming in for Brent. He should improve his overall combined score minimally. He replaces a 4.33 with a 4.87. That helps increase his hold on the second spot. Now Wesley chasing a 5.38, and Cale Belwarren on the hunt for a 6.20 with 5:55 on the clock.
That's right. Well, as you were mentioning, Wesley Dantas is not a small kid, so that's not an easy task in these conditions for that man. So he's trying his best, and I believe he will improve the situation with his last wave. Judges are now typing the scores, and he should improve a little bit, but that will not move him into second place because Brent Dorrington holds that position with two average scores of 5.83 and 4.87. But Brent in red needs an almost perfect score to move to first place. Heitor Alves had all the three surfers in a combination situation before this last exchange. And now Brent scored a 4.87. He moved to second, and now he only needs 9.7 to move to first. So,
all right, so here we are into what I like to refer to as crunch time. The final 5 minutes of the heat. This is usually where it gets fast and furious. Again, Heitor Alves with a pretty sizable lead, holding the top spot on the strength of that 9.70. Brent Dorrington trying to hold off the remainder of the field. He sits in second, trying to fend off Dantas and Belwarren. And it's gotten a little quiet out there. We'll see if anything comes through in the last 4 minutes to shake things up.
Well, I hope they have more waves because it's almost flat there, as we can see on the screen. And Heitor Alves started this heat very strongly, and now I believe he could go to get an espresso at the hotel and come back to the water. But, well, he doesn't have much time for that. Brent Dorrington holds second place. Still, the situation is still the same. Wesley Dantas is currently in third. He needs 5.38 to move to second place, and Cale Belwarren needs 6.2. He holds fourth place with 3 minutes and a half on the clock. This is heat number 19. Pretty soon we will have the man from heat 20 out in the water. This heat has a surfer from Australia, another from Reunion Island. The United States and Portugal are also represented here in this next heat.
And there you can see Mehdi Veminardi, the Frenchman from Reunion Island. And out in the water, the man in white, Heitor Alves, the current heat leader, looking to replace a 5.83 as a backup score, looking for something a little more sizable to go with that impressive 9.70. He leads the way as we count down 2:45 left on the clock. Well, and I was mentioning Mehdi Veminardi getting ready to hit the water from Reunion. For those of you who are not familiar with Reunion Island, it is a French territory in the Indian Ocean. It's actually considered part of France, but in the world of wave riding, it's considered its own separate region, just like Hawaii is considered separate from the mainland United States.
That's right. I believe they could even change that name to Shark Island because there has been so many shark attacks in the last few months.
Australia already has dibs on Shark Island.
That's right. There was Heitor Alves with a very good snap to start that wave. He's moving into the inside section. I don't know if he can improve his situation with this wave. He scored 5.83 in his first ride and 9.70 for his second wave. So that shows that the conditions will not impede the surface of doing great things here because Heitor Alves had an almost perfect 10-point ride. And the judges are now typing his score for his last wave. And there he is, up again. Or is that a replay? That's live action, right?
I believe so. So Heitor Alves trying to stay busy out there and work on his score. That previous wave should improve his overall combined heat total. and increase his hold on the lead as we get down to the final minute of the heat. And here we have highlights. Here's Brent Dorrington.
Yeah, that's Dorrington's Airlines there. You could see it. He had his best wave with the air and those snaps all the way to the shore break. A light surfer. He can produce some great things here in Praia do Santinho. Brent holds second place. Right now, there was live action, I believe. Anyways, Heitor Alves had his fourth ride. Judges are now typing his score, but I don't think it will change his situation. He leads with a total of 15.53. Brent Dorrington is in second right now. He needs 9.70 to overtake the lead. Wesley Dantas sits in third place. He needs 5.38 to go to second. And there is the time call. 2 seconds to go, and it's all over. So moving on to round number 3, Heitor Alves from Brazil and Brent Dorrington from Australia. So heat number 20 is out in the water, and there we have, that's yellow. I believe maybe that was a Cahill's last wave, but he stood up after the horn. That wave will not come into his account. And they are all leaving the water right now because heat 20 is working in Praia do Santinho right now.
All right, so there you have it. Heitor Alves, Brent Dorrington moving on to round 3. We'll get into heat number 20 in just a moment. Right now, we're going to give a little shout to our sponsors and take a quick little break. We'll be back after this commercial.
Well, we're back here. Brent Dorrington scored in his last wave 6.87, and he improved a little bit his situation. He finished still in the same place, and he'll still be advancing along with Heitor Alves to round 3, and Wesley and Cahill finished 3rd and 4th, respectively. So I believe we haven't started heat number 20 yet. We have a surfer from Australia, Dion Atkinson, is in red. Medive Minardi from Reunion is in white. Parker Coffin from the United States, California is in yellow, and Nick Van Rupp from Portugal is wearing black. Well, I believe Nick Van Rupp is actually from Germany, but he represents Portugal. Well, there he is. That's black, and that is Nick Van Rupp taking off on that closeout.
So Van Rupp getting us started here in heat 20. As we work our way through the remainder of round 2. Just a handful of heats remaining today, and then we'll call it a day's work. We'll come back here bright and early tomorrow and jump into round 3, but still plenty of action to come here in round 2. Again, heat 20 out in the water. 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next round.
That's right. I believe we have a former CT surfer here, and Dion Atkinson. Was he on the CT, Steve? This man from Australia? I think he made it 2 years ago or not. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways,
you would know better than I.
Okay. Well, this is heat 20 of round 2 of Red Nose Pro 2015 World Surfing League QS 6000 event. We're in Costão do Santinho, actually a co-sponsor for this contest, and taking care of most of the stuff. And we have a whole international field in this event. And his heat, we have Nick Van Rupp representing Portugal, Dion Atkinson from Australia, Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion Island, the French island, and Parker Coffin from California, the United States. The heat has just started and 22 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Situation hasn't improved much in the ocean. Small waves on offer right now here in Santinho. All these 4 guys are trying to qualify for the World Tour next year. They're trying their luck here today in Santinho in these conditions. 22 minutes, 20 seconds. That's some of the stuff presented here at the beach in Costão do Santinho for the Red Nose Pro 2015 Florianópolis, Santa Catarina. Praia do Santinho. There's a low out there. Surfers are paddling here and there, trying to find something, but the ocean has just become flat, and we'll have plenty of action as soon as we have a set. Next heat is heat 21. We will have Patrick Gudauskas from the United States, Joshua Moniz from Hawaii, Leandro Usuña from Argentina, and Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. So an all-American, I should say, North American, South American, Central America in this heat. While Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific, but they're considered the 51st state. Well, there it is. There's White, the French surfer from Reunion. He's taking this wave all the way to the inside section with good snaps. He finished off right there. And there's Red up and riding.
Dion Atkinson with a nice snap off the top there. Wraps it around there, continues down the line. Another wrapping turn off the top. And this one's going to get a little wonky on the inside, but he finds a nice speed line. Jams it off the end. Nice wave there to get Dion Atkinson on the board.
That's right. He started very well, I should say, because we hadn't have any waves ridden up until that point. So Nick Von Rupp started with a 1.2. Then he had a very quick ride for his second wave. There's the replay for White's first wave.
Taking a second look at Medi's first wave. Nice snap there. Cranks it off the top one more time.
Okay, there we have Flávio Padraz with the heat winner from last heat, Heitor Alves.
Yes, Decio, thanks a lot. I've got Heitor Alves here. I'm going to ask him in Portuguese and then I'll translate it back to you so he can speak freely about what happened. Aí, Heitor, você pegou uma onda incrível, tirou acima de 9, provavelmente a melhor onda do dia. Como é que você está encontrando as condições e fala um pouquinho dessa onda que você pegou?
Tô amarradão, né? Primeiro, por vencer essa bateria é muito difícil para mim na fase da minha carreira agora. Poucos apoios, então fica tudo né, mais difícil. Mas mantive a calma, usei minha experiência de esperar a onda boa e já sabia que o surf estava no pé, a prancha estava no pé também. E graças a Deus dei sorte de achar a certa ali, arranquei um 9,70 e me deixou tranquilo na bateria e só finalizei amarradão, cara, feliz.
Well, translating that, I asked him about how he felt about the conditions and about his wave, his high-scoring wave, and he said, well, it's already hard enough looking for sponsors and trying to deal with all the bureaucracy of being a professional surfer, but then it's to come here and find so many good surfers, and he started the heat. He was kind of anxious, but he started the heat, and he was looking for a wave to make a difference, and that's what he did, and he was really stoked at the end of the heat that was enough to get through the next round. Heitor, I'm going to ask him about his equipment. Sua prancha, você está usando uma prancha normal que você usa normalmente? A galera estava se perguntando se de repente está usando uma prancha um pouco menor do que o normal. Como é que tá isso daí?
É uma prancha normal, uma prancha do MG, já é velhinha, é aquela panela velha que faz comida boa. Então, é uma 510, meu modelo. E, cara, onda...
Você que desenhou o modelo?
Na real é uma combinação do que eu uso e que o MG já tem lá no arquivo dele. Então deu certo essa mistura aqui de cearense com... E, cara, amarradão, a prancha está andando, eu acho que só manter o foco aí agora e buscar o resultado aqui no Santinho.
Legal, obrigado, Heitor. Show de bola. Good luck. É isso aí. Well, translating to you guys, he's riding a 510. That's from MG. That's a surfboard brand he's riding. And it's a regular board, but it's an old one. And like he said, a little quote that Brazilians say here is the old pot that cooks the good food. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Teco. And while we were away, we had some scores coming in. Dion Atkinson with a 5.50 to open things up. That's his first score, now looking for a backup wave. Meanwhile, here up and riding out in the water, Parker Coffin.
There he is, snapping it off the top. Once again, he does a cutback, going backside, and he brings it all the way to the inside section. Mr. Yellow, that was Parker Coffin in his first wave. Meanwhile, surfer in black, that's Nick Van Rupp from Portugal, trying his luck. He kicked out. And as we have seen before, Mehdi Verminardi scored a 6.83 for his first wave. He's in the lead, and there he is again. White is up and riding with those snaps, and he brings it all the way to the inside section. Another quick snap. He keeps going, bringing his board, but couldn't quite make it to the inside. So he will increase his lead with his last wave. And Parker Coffin has also ridden a wave. The judges haven't typed in that score, and that should change the outcome from this heat. Dion has ridden one wave. He scored 5.5 in the first score. And we have Flavio Padrats back in the booth. Here's the legend himself.
Right on, Decio. Thanks for presenting. We're back in action here. This is replay of Surfer in Red, Dion Atkinson. A couple of good snaps there, followed by another one. Another cut back there, trying to find some wall in front of him. And the surf condition has changed a lot from yesterday. Yesterday, the better waves were the left ones, were the longer ones. And today, you can see clearly that the right-handers are giving more juice to the end, to the inside, than from the left. Besides one of those lefts, if you get a good set wave, they might go over that big hole on the sandbar there, and you get to the inside.
That's right, Flav. But something interesting here, the conditions have changed, and it's a lot smaller than yesterday, but somehow the best score of the contest was just done by Heitor Alves in the last heat. You have just interviewed him, and what are your thoughts on that, Flav? 9.7 in these conditions, and
well, it's the moment. You know, you get the right wave with the right formation, and then your equipment is under your feet like an extension of your legs or something. You don't think, you just do it. You know, and that's what Heitor went through. And he said it was a funny thing he said about the equipment, because, you know, like when you have an old board that you really know and it rides good, you don't want to change it. You don't want to get a new one.
That's right. There was a replay for Mehdi's last wave. Judges still have to type that. We'll have an update from all the last waves very soon. Parker Coffin in yellow scored a 6.13 in his first wave. He currently sits in second. Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion has 6.83 and 1.67. He holds the lead, but Mr. Atkinson from Australia scored a 7.5 in his last wave, moves on to first place. So White is now second. Parker Coffin in yellow needs 2.38 to get to second, and Nick Van Rupp, there's a set approaching. Nick Van Rupp is in fourth place. He needs a combination of two rides to get 12.24 with 13 minutes 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, there's a little bit of movement out there for that. It kind of looked like it was going to be a set, but kind of fade away. Here's some of the surfers hanging on to their technology there.
Well, they're discussing what song are they going to listen to before they hit the water. I believe they have their headphones on. Anyways, so Dion has now 13 points, and he holds the lead. And Mehdi Verminardi scored 5.4. He improved his situation and is still in second, but needs 6.18 to go to first place. Meanwhile, Parker, coughing in yellow, has ridden only one wave. He scored 6.13. He needs 6.11 to go to second.
Well,
And
we've got some action here at the outside, Dacio.
That's
Sorry
right.
to cut you off. This is black jersey, Nick Von Rupp, starting with a kind of a tough backhand there, and then another snap. He's getting into a better position for this wave. Trying to look for a connection to the inside. He's bumping his board there. See if he can get some speed for a last little turn, but that was too late. That's Nick Von Rupp. He's sitting in fourth place, trying to find the first good wave in this heat. Still hasn't been able to manage it. And right behind Mehdi Veminardi from Reunion Island. Great place there. Squeezing everything he can on that wave. And then that's the leader, Dion Atkinson. And he's finding really a lot of speed on that surfboard, Dacio?
Yes, that's right. Well, he's got the lead, and he's pumping that board all the way through the inside section, hits it off the top on a little re-entry there.
It's not a small bloke, and he's like moving himself really fast on those little waves. And well done by Dion Atkinson.
Well done, indeed. He holds the lead. He had a 7.5 wave before this one.
A high-scoring wave of the heat.
That's right.
Should be stoked with that. And then he's backing it up, trying to replace a 5.5. So that's him going left.
Well, there's the replay.
Is that the 7.5? Must be.
I'm not sure.
Think so.
I'm not sure. Anyways, there was Red's replay for the left. He caught. There's not too much on offer right now, but surfers are paddling north, trying to get something moving here. And there's a little wave approaching, and Yellow paddling, and he's up and riding. That's the Frenchman, Flav.
Yeah, nice looking wave, man. It's really tight on that backhand, and trying to squeeze a couple of cutbacks to go to the inside, see if he can get a little hump on this wave for a last small turn on the inside. He keeps going. He's got some wall in front of him, and that's it. Just about finished the wave over there. A nice effort for
That was
Parker Coffin from USA, surfer in yellow. Sorry, guys. It's hard to keep up with all the names and colors and waves. Imagine for the judges, Decio.
Well, they have a better view up there in the scaffolding. So we're here in a booth. We only have a screen in front of us, and it's all dark in here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
we see Leandro Osuna on the next heat, just getting ready to get out. He's going up against Patrick Gudauskas, Joshua Muniz, and Francisco Bellerin. Leandro Osuna from Argentina.
that's right.
Just down under.
That's right. We have a Venezuelan surfer, an Argentinian surfer, and a Hawaiian and an American in this next heat. But I should mention this, Joshua Muniz, the son, one of the kids from the Hawaiian legend, Tony Muniz himself. So he has sent his kids over to Brazil to compete and hopefully get enough points to move into the CT. Well, we have a paddle now. That's the Portuguese rider.
Nick Von Rupp. Couple of backhands off the top there, followed by a floater. Went through the section, followed by a cutback, squeezing everything out of this wave. Try to pump his board to get something else, but that's it. Nice little sequence of turns there. I kind of like it. Even though the surf is getting more onshore by the hour here, and conditions are deteriorating, but they all decided they're going to go till the end of this round, and that's it for the day. There's quite a few heats just about 4 heats to finish.
Well, nonetheless, 3.83 for the Portuguese surfer in his last wave, and that improved a little bit his situation. He's in third place right now. He needs 8.4 to move to second. Meanwhile, Parker Coffin from California in the United States is currently sitting in fourth. He needs 6.11 to move to second place. I believe the judges will still type his last score, and that may improve his situation.
Yeah. It's been tough. Some lows around this heat. But Medi Verminardi from Reunion Island, surfing white, just improved his score right now. He's got a 6-pointer. Got him up to second place. And you see there's quite of a big gap separating the winners and the losers on this heat. You know, we got two guys in third and fourth place sitting on 6 point something. And then you go up to first and second place. He doubled it with 13 and 12.83, very close to each other. But there's actually a large gap between the winners and the losers. Except for Parker Coffin is coming up with a pretty good score now. Meanwhile, Nick Von Rupp, Decio.
That's right. Nick is moving into that. Nick is moving into that right. He's coming into the inside section. He had two good snaps, and he finishes off with a re-entry right there on the shore break. So.
Yeah, but we were just waiting on a line of scores here for Parker Coffin in yellow. With that last wave he's got, some scores are coming up. Things might change. We'll see what happens. Judges are having a hard time now. Wow. Separating every score here, every wave. Watch the replay of Nick Von Rupp. Nice little pocket turn there. Another one. Another little snap. He's racing down the line. He's going for a vertical off the top. Then another snap. Lack of variety, but good rhythm on that wave. And then one last little turn on the inside.
That's right. And that will improve his situation, I believe. It's going to be his best ride. Parker Coffin will improve also his situation because there it is.
So close, eh?
6.5. So he now needs 6.34 to move to second. So
look
yellow
at
is
look
in
at the
third.
total points between second and third. Now there's no more gap. It's 12.83 to second place, Medi Verminardi from Reunion, and 12.63 for Parker Coffin from USA. So
that's
things
right.
are getting pretty crazy here.
As we hit the 5-minute mark on the clock, the situation is red in first, white is second. He needs 6.18 to move to first place. Parker Coffin holds the third position in this heat. He needs 6.34 to move to second place.
Well, those are.
And Nick Von Rupp is currently in fourth. He needs 9 to take second.
Yeah, we got the red-nosed girls here. Nice smile, long hair. Being present, giving a little bit of different view from the bad weather today.
Well,
and the last couple days.
That's right, and we have on the screen the conditions right now. Small waves on offer, and there's a battle paddle. That's Nick Von Rupp trying to squeeze something out of that wave. He couldn't make a big effort. It was just a closeout. So 4 minutes on the clock, Flav. There's the keeper from the surfers.
Yep, equipment, all surfboards. They all have tiny little differences between them, and it makes the whole difference while they're surfing. That's why for somebody who don't surf, you might look at it and say, well, they're all the same, but there's like millimeters that make the difference between one and the other that are particular from every surfer, you know. It's each surfer have their own kind of surfboard and they like and they are used to. So a little show of what's going on. Some movement on the outside. We see black paddling with white. I guess white's going to end up take the ride here on backhand. One off the top, another re-entry there, throwing a lot of water. Another vertical off the top. He's got a wall in front of him and see what he does with it. And he's going for a last little turn there. Nice vertical off the top. Well done by the surfer in white, Mehdi Verminardi, that jumped up to second place after a 6-pointer. He's looking to better that.
That's right. He might even improve his situation, I believe. It's up to the judges to decide that. It was very similar to his last wave. But anyways, Parker Coffey is in yellow. He needs 6.34. There's the replay for the Frenchman with good, strong off the tops. There it is. He brings it to the inside with a quick snap all the way to the short break to finish with a quick re-entry there. So judges will type that score and will let you know. I believe he will improve his situation. This is heat 20 of round 2. There it is. Judges are now typing, and he scored 8.17 for his last ride. He now holds the lead. So Dion Atkinson moves to second place. Now Dion needs a 7.51 to move to first place. And Parker Coffey still in third, needs 6.51 to move to second place.
What a move, eh?
Yes, right on.
What a move from Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion Island. He's got the sequence of turns there that if you look at his last 3 waves, he's just been improving his scores. 5.4 followed by a 6-pointer and now an 8.17 adding up with a 6.83 which he opened the heat with. And he's sitting on a driving seat of this heat number 20 of round 2. Reminding everyone at home that we're going to heat number 24 today, and that'll be it for the day. We're just going through this round.
That's right. Even so, there's a pedal there. There's Black up and well, he's not up. Well,
just pedal.
he
wasn't up yet.
Well, he was trying to get into that little wave there, but couldn't quite finish.
Yeah, probably use his priority or something.
That's right. Well, 50 seconds on the clock. Not much time left to change things here on heat number 20.
Is that the sun rising? Oh, no. Sorry.
So, Mehdi Verminardi scored an 8.17, so an excellent score. Well, needless to say, Red is battling out to get out of second place with a huge snap. That is the Australian surfer wearing red. He brings it all the way to the inside, couldn't quite make it, but he had a good snap off the top there.
I like that second turn. It's very tight. Nice style, throwing the arc. Body language on that turn, he used his body to complete the whole wrap around there.
Well, the heat is over, so the situation didn't change. Verminardi will move on. He got first with 15-point total. Second was Dion Atkinson wearing red from Australia. So both of these guys will move on to round 3.
Yeah, Decio, I'm going to walk out there and see if I can have a word with the winner of the heat.
Thank you
see
so
what
much.
he feels about the surf, and I'll be back. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, Steve Jackson in the spot.
Thank you, Flavio. Well, there we have in the screen offshore again. So the wind is rotating, coming here and there. There is the highlights of the heat. That's the Australian surfer on that left. He brought all the way to the inside. I believe that was his best ride. And he finished second. And that is the winner of the heat, the Frenchman, Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion. He rode all the way to the short break that wave, and he changed the situation with that wave. And he won the heat, and we'll move on to round number 3. That is Parker Coffey's best wave. He rode very well that little ride, but he couldn't manage to get another wave and get out of third place. So Parker Coffey there on the yellow, finishing off on the inside. There you have Nick van Rupp, the surfer representing Portugal, and that is his best. That was his best wave in this heat. He couldn't quite get the classification in this heat, Well, that is White, the leader of last heat. As we finish the highlights here with Mehdi Verminardi from Reunion, we are going back for a commercial and we'll be right back.
Have you ever felt?
Are you listening? Damn. Yeah.
Back to day 3 of competition here at the WSL Red Nose Pro 2015. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with the man himself, Decio Cotto, holding it down on the English commentary as we work our way through round 2. Here we are in Heat 21. The horn has sounded. We are underway. Out in the water right now, we have Leandro Usuna, in yellow, Joshua Moniz in white, Francisco Bellerin in black, and Pat Godowskis in the red jersey assignment. Again, already underway. We've got a few waves ridden while we're away at commercial break. We'll let Decio run us through.
Okay, well, there wasn't much on offer, and we have only very little scores in this first exchange. Okay, and we have Flavio Padraz with the winner from last heat. Flavio, do you have the Frenchman with you?
Yes, man. I have got the guy here. I'm going to ask him, you felt you had a good start with a 6.83, and then there was a gap in between good waves there for all the surfers, and then you sort of build your rhythm. First a 5.6 and then a 6.4. And then you went up to that high score. How do you build it up, and how do you think about the conditions here?
Yeah, my game plan was to first get 2 6s or higher if I could, but I didn't want to go too hard at the beginning and fall on a good wave. So I'm happy it went this way. And yeah, there was this moment where Parker got the close score to get in front of me. Diane got some good score too, and I knew that from this point it was going to be more tactical. Because the peak is really small, so you had to be if you had the priority, you had to be really smart and try not to go in every wave. And I was lucky enough to be first on priority and got a good one. So yeah, and the waves are good, small, but it's good.
Yeah, well, talking about the waves, it kind of swift. Yesterday we saw a lot of guys taking the lefts all the way down to the south part of the tower. Today, everybody's staying on that little right-hander. Is that the spot now?
Yeah, I've been here for 3 days and I've been surfing only left because I thought it was going to be left for the contest. And I woke up this morning and I saw little right, so I like little rights, but yeah, it's still good, but it's weird.
Right on. Thanks very much. Good luck in the next heat. Well done, eh? You guys, Decio and Steve.
All right, and we're back here in the booth and back with live action out in the water. We saw Pat Godowskis going to work, and on that last wave, Josh Muniz from Hawaii. So a couple of waves ridden while we were away at interview. We'll wait for that last wave of Moniz and Godowskis to register upstairs. Meanwhile, back to it, Leandro Usuna.
He's from Argentina, Leandro Usuna. He has 2 good snaps on the outside, and he finishes off on the inside with a quick re-entry there for Mr. Yellow, Leandro Usuna. He holds the lead, but that's not much of a lead with only 1.43 as he's scoring right. Joshua Moniz from Hawaii just rode a wave. He rode a right. Well, we have the replay from red, Pat Godowskis. Mr. Patrick is a former CT surfer, and he's now trying to qualify again here via the qualifying series here in Santinho today. That is Bellerin, the surfer from Venezuela. brought all the way, and that's live action. That is Patrick Gudauskas in red again with a good snap off the top. He brings it to the inside with a quick cut back. He's trying to hop through that section, and he hits it once again with a quick re-entry there to finish off his last ride.
Yes, Dacio. This is Flavio again. I'm back here at the booth. Thanks, Steve Jackson, for replacing me so I could talk to the winner last heat. And the guy from Reunion is really stoked, man. And he felt that the surf was really hard to find the right one there, and he followed those right-handers and did pretty well. Should be stoked. It's a tough round to get through, especially with the wind going against there. It's kind of tough, but he's done the right job.
That's right. Judges are typing their scores. Well, Patrick Gudauskas scored 4.93, so red is leading this heat right now. Leandro Zúñiga from Argentina is in second place. He only has one ride, which is 1.43.
Well, he's caught another one, but he still hasn't.
Well, judges
hasn't got the scores. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, there it is. He had a pretty good wave at the start. We're gonna watch. That's a replay of Patrick Gudauskas' second wave. Check that out. Nice snap there, really tight. Followed by a cutback. He's falling the mid session there, going for another turn, really fast down to the end of that wave. That was well done by Patrick Gudauskas, but we're yet to get the scores of Leandro Zúñiga, which I believe while I was walking out there, I saw that wave, and it seemed to me like a great wave.
Well, there's a replay again for this good ride he had. He hit it 3 times already. He brings it to the inside and hits it once again on the...
Almost no cutbacks, huh? It's full-on straight wave. Bang, bang, many turns, and there he goes, 7.83. That gets him right up to first place.
Well, judges are typing other scores.
That's live action.
That's right.
Leandro Zúñiga there, trying to back up that high score that he just got. Followed by a lot of little snaps there, trying to get everything out of this wave here. Maybe another little bump. Yep.
Well, he finished off on the inside, and that for sure is going to help his cause. Judges are typing red's second wave, and that should change the outcome of this heat because he scored 4.93 for his first wave, and as soon as the last judge type in his score, the situation will change.
Yeah, Patrick is probably going to jump up to first place, but only because he's got 2 scores, and his backup scores is higher than Leandro.
Well, there is a Venezuelan surfer, Francisco Bellerin. He just hit once, and there is a quick cut back. He rides all the way to the inside. He does a quick snap on that tiny little wave. Francisco Bellerin is a tall man, and he's squeezing everything he can out of those little waves. And that is white.
That was
quick in and out.
Joshua Muniz from Hawaii. Is he the son of Tony Muniz?
That's one of them.
One of them. All right,
yes.
Okay.
Wow.
That's Joshua Muniz just a little while ago. That's a replay of 08 before.
Wow.
We're still waiting for the scores of that wave. So you look out. He could be jumping. It's a pretty good wave. A lot of scores yet to be punched here. And I'll tell you what, tough work for the judges, man.
You bet.
It's really hard to keep focus on everything that happened. They got to go back to replays, and replays are a lot of waves. It takes a lot of work for the guy that only does that here. That there's a job for that reason. A guy that just sits there and puts a replay for the judges.
Wow.
With an independent, edit key there that he goes, for every wave that he wants, and that's pretty amazing.
That's
technology.
That's the World Surf League with the highest quality people and materials there is. Anyways, Leandro Zúñiga is still in the lead. We're waiting for judges to type in their score. Francisco Bellerin has a 4.5 and a 3.63 for his best two rides.
He even, I think he's getting those scores, those lower scores, because he's been catching smaller waves, and the wind's already too strong for the set waves. If you get a wave smaller than that, it might be too gutless to keep going, and that's why probably he's getting scores that are not so big, even though he's surfing well.
There he is, Leandro Suña, the Argentinian. He's
leader.
riding.
Yeah, nice couple of snaps there, but I couldn't keep going on that wave. See the frustration on his arms there, body language.
That's right. Meanwhile, Patrick Gudauskas is riding that left with a quick snap. He cuts back into the white water and kicks out, decides to pedal back out, looking for the priority. And
it looks... Sorry, Mike. It really looks like the wind it's hard to deal out there.
Well, the conditions have changed so much today, from offshore to sideshore to no wind, and now we have a little northeast, I believe. It was southwest this morning, offshore.
Yeah, I think it's more of a northwest, north, maybe, because this beach up here on the north side of the island kind of faces north a little bit, so, sort of the northeast, you know? So if it's slightly offshore from the left there, it might be either northwest or north.
That's right. Well, Patrick Gudauskas scored 6.17 for his last wave, so now he is in second place. He needs 6.10 to take the lead from Usuña in yellow. Joshua Muniz is in white. He needs 5.04 to go to second place. And Francisco Bellerin, there's the replay for yellow's last wave.
Yeah, replay of Leandro Usuña's last wave. A few snaps there, a cutback maybe, and there he goes. He got a... Well, you're saying that Patrick Gudauskas stays in second. He was going to go to first, but that last wave, maybe not this one, but the one before, Leandro Usuña scored a 4.43. So that was a better backup for that 7.83 he had before, you know, and that's why he kept in the lead.
That's right. We have white pedaling. Joshua Muniz is up and riding. He does a quick flower through that section, moves over again, and he keeps going, decides to kick out, and there was not much on offer, really. With 11 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. He holds the third place. He needs 5.04 to go to second place right now. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela needs 6.60 to move to second place. Francisco is currently in fourth. And the heat has the lead from Usuña, wearing yellow from Argentina, followed by Gudauskas in red from the United States, California. I believe this family is something like your family. The Padrats and the Gudauskas had a bunch of surfers on the Key West, on the CT, winning events and here and there, world travelers, professional surfers. And what do you say, Flav?
Well, I couldn't watch my brother go surf and not go too, you know. I guess Neko, my younger brother, feels the same about me, so.
Well, that's
I'm
right.
talking about my older brother, Charles.
Yes. I remember Charles very well. We came to California in the United States as part of the Brazilian team in 1988 on the Brazil-USA Cultural Surfing Exchange. And we even got to judge NSSA events in California. So say hello to those people, Galen and Janice Aragon. They are still running the NSSA, and they have formed so many good surfers over the years thanks to their job and their efforts in California. So
yep.
If they're listening to us, hello there. Well, 10 minutes,
battle.
5 seconds on the clock.
Paddle battle.
That's right. We have a set approaching, and the surfers are looking to the judges' tower to see priority. Who's got the priority? I believe yellow has first priority. So no, well, he is up and riding. If he doesn't have so, he's there.
He's going fast down the line here, trying to find speed. Oh, lost control. Bomber. Yeah, there was a paddle battle there because the heat is really tight. You see on the scores, guys are not getting too far from each other. It's anybody's land. If you look at the scores that all three surfers need to improve, it's 6.10 for second to go to first, 5.04 from third to go to second, and 6.6 from fourth to go to second. So that's very makeable for all these four surfers.
That's right.
A slight lead for Leandro Suna. Has a better wave than anybody else. It's making a difference. While now Joshua Muniz trying to get something out of this tiny little wave here against the wind. He's racing down the line. He's going to try to do a little air. Yes, he pulls it, but can't keep going on that wave. So that was Joshua Muniz with about 8.5 minutes to go.
Yes, that is
from Hawaii
of Joshua.
Actually, he surfed against his father.
You did?
Yeah, I did in my days. On the first couple of years in Hawaii, I competed against Tony Muniz.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, there's one of his kids there trying his luck here on the QS. His brother, his younger brother, was also here yesterday. Seth Muniz was also in this event, but I believe he has lost, and he's not here now. But Joshua is representing the family with the white singlet and Hawaii. He's currently in third. He needs 5.04 to go to second place, which is held by Pat Gudauskas wearing red, and he needs red needs 6.10 to go to first place.
Well, we got black paddling, but couldn't get in. He's trying to get back into position there. He's probably had third priority and is watching out for white coming back from the inside to see if he could maintain with third priority.
Well, that's right. Francisco Bellerin came all the way from Venezuela. He has 4.5 for his best score and 3.63 as his backup. Joshua Muniz has 6.07 and 2.77. He needs 5.04 to move to second place. So I believe we do have the priority here now. So red holds first priority, yellow second priority. Well, there it is.
Black's using third priority there.
That's right. That's Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. He couldn't quite make it that.
Yep.
So he'll pedal back out for more.
Yeah, so red maintains priority. Patrick Gudauskas and Leandro Suna, the leader of the heat, he's got second priority. He's sitting out there trying to batter a 4.43 to make sure he closed the gate to all the other surfers because he's sitting on the best wave written on this heat so far, which is 7.83 on his second wave. And that is helping so much for him right now. With conditions deteriorating like that, he knows if he can get like a 6.5 or something, maybe a 7-pointer, he'll be almost unreachable. So that is strategy for Leandro Osuna. That's what is up for him out there right now. Meanwhile, the guy with the mission here is Joshua Muniz from Hawaii, son of Tony Muniz, fighting to get something here. He needs 5.04 to get through. It's not much of a score anyway if he can do it. And well, that's black up and riding. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. It was a tight snap. He did a little while there, but finishing off there. The waves are deteriorating, man. This morning it was so much better. Now it's just getting worse and worse by the hour, but still rideable. And these guys are the best surfers in the world. They're supposed to know how to surf any conditions. and that's what they're doing out there. Some of them are succeeding. And if you get one of those bigger sets, if you get it in the right spot, there you go. You get a high score, and make sure you do it well.
That's right.
Just under 5 minutes. Decio, what's up?
Well, situation is the same. Well, Patrick Gudowski has just taken off on a wave. There it is with a huge snap off the top. He brings it to the inside section, cuts back into the white water, keeps pumping his board for more speed. Quick snap, moves on to the inside and floats over through that little section and finishes off on the inside. Meanwhile, yellow is also up and riding. Leandro Usuña from Argentina finished off on the inside, wasn't very successful on that. So the situation is yellow in first, red is second. He needs 6.10 to go to first. Joshua Moniz is wearing white. He needs 5.04 to move to second place. And Francisco Bellerin wearing black needs 6.6 to move to second place. And so he did with his last wave. He scored 4.6 and he changed his backup wave. Now he's in second place. Joshua Moniz now sits in fourth. He needs 5.04 still to move to second place. So right now Leandro Usuña and Pat Gudauskas are moving on to the next round. And here we have the replay for Bellerin's last wave. That quick off the top there. Very, very quick snap. Strong. He brought to the inside section and finished off with a little re-entry there. So that was worth 4.60, and that moved him to third place.
Well, we do have red sitting on priority right now. Patrick Godowska is waiting for the next wave. He's on a hot seat right now.
That is the replay for red.
Yeah, he's on a hot seat because he's sitting on second place. And not so far from him, Francisco Bellerin is fighting to get something to go past Patrick. That's why he's catching wave after wave and trying his best to maintain.
That's right. Well, this is Heat 21. Heat 22 will have Michael Dunphy from the United States, Igor Arakaki from Brazil in white, Harrison Mann from Australia in yellow, and Ian Crane in black from the United States will be surfing in next heat in 2 minutes, 25 seconds time.
Yeah, we got red having a paddle, having a look at the north side. Yellow is following him. That's first and second place in the heat. Priority sits with surfer in white at the moment. He's not there on your screen, but second priority is with black, Francisco Bellerin. He wants to get in line to get the next good wave that comes in on the last 2 minutes on the clock.
That's right. Well, in the last heat, in the previous heat before this one, we had the Frenchman Veminardi winning it with 15 points total. And, well, I believe we had more waves on offer for that hit. Surfers are struggling to find a good wave now. Conditions have deteriorated a little bit. So the situation is this right now.
Well, if it's clear to see the guy that any surfer that takes advantage of the set waves are going to make a difference here, because it'll be like riding a wave with speed, with rail work, maybe a couple of aerials or something that might be done. But if you catch a mid-size to a smaller wave, you're going to get caught in that wind, and with the tide coming in, it's getting gutless, so...
Wave selection, very important.
Very
That's
crucial right now, man. Very crucial.
That's right. Anyways, 45 seconds to go. Time is running out. So Joshua Moniz and Francisco Bellerin are desperate for something. They need a wave, and that's 7.64. That's what Francisco needs to move to second place. Joshua Moniz needs only 6.18, which is totally possible for him. Those kids are so talented, and they can do so much on these little waves. But there it is.
15 seconds.
Bellerin
One last surf
up
for surfing black.
There he is. Well, that will not help his cause.
Well, he's expecting to get something like 7.64. I don't think that'll be it. So heat recap here. The leader of the heat all the way through, Leandro Osuna. That was the best wave of the heat that made a difference. He got there as his first wave. I mean, his second wave, but right at the start of the heat. Well done by Leandro Osuna. And then Patrick Gudalska, this guy here, got second place. It was only halfway through the heat where he found a pretty good wave to get in the race. And he managed to maintain himself over there. And the only guy that was up to reach him was Joshua Muniz, this guy here up and riding. Thing is, he didn't have a backup wave. He was counting on a 2-point something, and that has cost his heat. And that's unfortunate for the Hawaiian. But we're going to go to a small break, and we'll be right back with more action of the Red Bull Santino Pro. See you soon.
Muito recheio? Você pode. Trocar a fritura pelo assado? Você pode. Bordas crocantes? Você pode. Combinações deliciosas? Você pode. Ingredientes selecionados? Você também pode. Escolher entre suco ou smoothie? Você pode. Dar um toque doce? Claro que pode. E tudo isso a partir de R$ 4,90. Agora, chavecar a namorada do melhor amigo? Oh, isso você não pode. Mini Calzone. É gostoso saber que você pode.
All right, and welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the Red Nose Pro in Santa Catarina, Brazil. We are just underway with Heat 22, round 2, out in the water right now. Michael Dunphy in red, Igor Arakaki in white. They're joined by Harrison Mann in yellow and Ian Crane in black. So a pair of Americans going up against an Aussie and a Brazo. Getting ready to battle things out, and Dunphy getting on the board early. Starts things off with a smaller score while we are away at commercial break of 1.50 to get him going here in this 25-minute heat. And there you can see a little bit more texture on the water. It has begun to rain once again here at Praia do Santinho in Florianopolis. But our competitors battling it out here in round 2 heats, trying to advance on to round 3 competition tomorrow, where we should see better weather conditions and an increase in swell as well. So everybody doing their best to work through today and survive to stay alive in competition for tomorrow. I'm Steve Jackson holding it down in the commentary booth solo right now, as Decio Cotto has stepped out of the booth for a moment, and Flavio Padarats is getting ready to handle the beach interview duties down on the beach. Meanwhile, handling things out in the water, Dunphy up and riding on this small right-hander, hopping and trying to get that inside reform section. Not a lot to work with there for Dunphy. That'll give him his second wave. He's already got 2 scores to his name, a 1.50, 1.87. Meanwhile, Arakaki, Mann, and Crane all waiting to get on the board still. And back in the booth with me, Decio Cotto.
Thank you, Steve. 22 minutes in these heats remaining. Well, I believe Flavio Padarats has the winner from the last heat. Flavio, are you there?
Yeah, Decio, I got here Leandro Osuna, the winner of the last heat. I'm going to ask him about that wave. The conditions are deteriorating, and he's got one wave, and he's lucky about that because that made a difference. Leandro, that one wave was really the thing. You're so thankful for that wave.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it before with my coach, Gabriel, and we were looking at the and see which one is the one that you want, and it's obviously the set's going to give you more points than the little ones. You got to look for that face, too. There was one good set at the beginning where Patrick got the first one, Josh got the second one, and I was hoping for one more, and it looked like the third one was the best one. So, yeah, I was stoked to get that one. And I mean, there's waves. There's a little right sandbar, so it's still fun out there. The water's nice. It's kind of rainy, but we're all having a good time, all smiles here.
Well, the villain would be only the wind now, going up against that right-hander. If it was a little bit bigger, it would be good for aerials, but right now it's kind of sketchy.
Wind, a lot of wind. It's just good. You gotta take advantage of when the wave has a sonic there's a lot of parts that was kind of fat. So just take advantage of the part where there's face on it, and that's my wave. Luckily, my wave. That good one, I had a face from the outside almost all the way to the inside.
Thanks very much. Well done, and good luck next heat, man. That was Leandro Osuna, lucky winner. You guys.
Thanks, Flavio. This is Heat 22 now. We are underway with Michael Dunphy from the United States wearing red, Igor Arakaki from Brazil in white, Harrison Mann from Australia, he's wearing yellow, and Ian Crane from the United States is wearing black.
All right, 20 minutes on the clock, and here we can see a couple of waves rolling through, guys out in the water taking a look. Again, remember, we are running 4-man priority heats throughout. And here we have Arakaki up and riding.
That's right. It was a quick left. Couldn't get much out of that wave. Well, we have red up and riding. And he snaps it off the top, brings it to the white water, keeps pumping that board for speed. And quick re-entry there. He goes now, he's going left. He's bringing all the way to the shore break to see if he can squeeze another turn out of that wave, and there he is. It was a Michael Dunphy from the United States.
All right, so Dunphy using his priority to grab that wave. That moves Ian Crane into first priority, and second priority will be Harrison Mann. There you can see the scores coming in. Some small scores so far as these guys try and work it out there. And rejoining me in the booth, Flavio Padarats.
Yeah, Steve. Good to be back here. There's some replay there. Red jersey, Michael Dunphy. Good stands he has for this kind of surf. You know, you see the stands are so flat on the board and very tight. That board kind of looks so light. It's amazing. New equipment these days are getting surfers with with surfboards that they never dreamed of.
Well, speaking of equipment, while I was on break, I actually saw one of Wiggly Dantas's boards on the food truck for Mini Calzone. There you can see the massage room.
Yeah, they're all saying hello. Let's say hello, guys. Well done there. That's the best part of being a good surfer right now.
Now, as I was mentioning, the Mini Calzone food truck out front, one of the sponsors for this event, they actually have one of Wiggly Dantas's stretch boards hanging on the outside of the truck right now.
Yeah, they sponsor Wiggly. I know the owner of that company. He's a guy from Florianopolis. He's got a band also. He plays trumpet and he sings also. And he loves surfing. I know him from a long time, and he asked me about Wiggly a little while ago because he wanted to sponsor Wiggly Dantas, and he's so stoked because the guy is doing so well, on the CT. And
it was so funny because I'm like, you know what? I want to go get some acai. So I go to get some acai, and I'm standing there. I pay my ticket, and I'm waiting for my acai, and I look, and I'm like, wait a minute. That's Wiggly's board that he won Saquahema with in 2014.
Full on, man. Full on. That's cool.
You never know what you're going to see at a WSL event.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's full of legends anywhere you go. Well, we got action, paddling, black up and right, and Ian Crane. Nice vertical off the top there. Nice re-entry, backside re-entry. He's got around the section. He's hoping for another little hump here so he can give another show. Nice vertical top. He probably kept going, but the camera couldn't keep on that surfer because you know what? It's raining.
Yeah.
It can't be anywhere. And where he is, it's the only hidden spot here today.
Just when you think it's done raining, it starts right up again.
Oh, yeah.
But Ian Crane using his priority on that wave. As you saw, there's 3 guys going for it, giving it a look.
Yeah.
But Crane with priority gets the wave. Now Harrison Mann moves up to first priority, so he'll have first dibs. And we're going to take a look at the red nose replay of Harrison Mann's last wave.
Yep. Well, he got 4 points for this wave, I believe. That was his first wave, isn't it?
His opening score, yes.
Yep.
So far, it's been a little quiet in the first 10 minutes or so.
Yep.
And some minimal scores. Michael Dunphy with the best so far of 5.33.
Yep. Well, surfers are back in the outside, and There, we've got the priority situation here. Yellow's got first priority, white second, red third, and this guy here in black went to fourth priority because he cut this wave. I love that turn, man. He threw everything out of that wave, and he came back, and he went around the section. He found a little moment here where he could get more speed, went vertical off the top, and I don't know what he's done after that. Let's wait and see what the judges say about that because they've seen it. They got to see it.
Yes. Now, while you were down doing the beach interview, I found it interesting that I love how upbeat these guys are. You know, they're like, the waves are still fun. There's that little right bank. We're all out there. It's raining, but we're all having fun. And, as soggy as it's been here with the rain and the wind and the foul weather, everybody seems to be in really good spirits here with this event.
Yeah, it's a good vibe. You're in the island. You're actually sitting on an island.
Yeah.
And that makes a difference sometimes, and the vibe is so well. And all, people from the whole region of the north of the island here are so amped to get this event going. They're waiting for the whole year to watch the best surfers in the world, get out there and show them a little bit of a surf school, a surf clinic or something, And even though it's raining, everybody's following. People who can't follow on the beach, they are here at the website, at the webcast, following us and the couple Brazilian guys that are doing the Portuguese commentary as well. And anyways, so we're all following the WSL World Tour, and this is part of it.
Well, taking a look at this wave out here, we've got all four riders paddling over.
Well, yellow gave up, and black with no priority at all.
Yeah, black sitting with fourth priority, Ian Crane. He ends up sneaking this one from underneath everybody.
Yep, and he had a 5.5 on his second wave that got him to second place with a 0.83 as a backup. So he's trying to replace that. That was yellow that just used priority right now. Trying to squeeze something out of that fat section of the wave.
That'll give Harrison Mann his second scoring wave of the heat. Opening up with a 4.0, looking to back it up and build on his score currently in the fourth spot. Needs to work his way back into the swing of things a little bit.
Yeah, Ian Crane kind of got a 2.63 and momentarily went to first place. Let's wait and see all the other scores, see what happens. Michael Dunphy now is in second place. He needs a 2.81 to go to first. He's replacing a 1.87, so you can't really say who is leading the heat because every surfer's got only one pretty good score and needs a backup.
And there you can see getting ready to hit the water in the next heat. We're going to see Noemar McGonigal from Costa Rica, Yaden Nickel from Australia, Corey Arambidi from the U.S., and Thales Araujo from Brazil. That'll be a fun heat to watch. I know I've seen Noemar surf a couple of times. Kid's got a lot of skill.
Yeah, some great surfers there. Noemar McGonigal is done well last year at the Florianopolis event, so you look out for this kid. And, well, it's so global now. It's great to see four different flags there so away from each other, representing great fronts of surfing these days.
Well, one of the great things is there's no shortage of waves around the world, and wherever you find a coastline with some decent waves, you're going to find some legit talent chasing after those waves.
Yeah, talking about chasing waves, he's yellow chasing this one out. He's got a wall in front of him, a lot of wind to deal with. Kind of got stuck on that cutback. He's trying to maintain himself on that wave. That wasn't enough. The wave died out in front of him. Nobody else caught a wave. And they're back out there. There's just about 11 and a half minutes to go. That's Harrison Mann from Australia. He needs a 3.21 to go to second place. Well, that's kind of sketchy.
Yeah, it's pretty tight out there right now. Some small to mid-range scores. Nothing really coming through as of yet in this heat to offer up the big points, but that could very well change at a moment's notice.
Yep.
Here we have Dunphy up and riding once again. A couple of nice turns off the top.
Yeah, nice cutbacks there. He's dealing with a connection there, trying to get something on the inside. maybe a little moment where he can do even an air. You know, sometimes that you can go against the wind there and pull an air and finish off really well. That didn't happen for him, but he's done a great job on that wave. That was a set wave at least.
So some solid maneuvering from Dunphy as he tries to build on his scores. Like you had mentioned, he's looking to replace a 1.87.
He needs a 2.81 to go to first, so it's not much. He probably will get on that wave.
And here's the red nose replay one more time. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, let's check it out. A couple of nice cutbacks, as you mentioned. One of them right on top of Harrison Mann there. little
spray down on his fellow competitor.
To provoke him. He did a great job to keep going on that wave because it died out in front of him, and then he just pumped his board and kind of got through and went for a last little turn. And that was Michael Dunphy looking for 281. We got first priority white now, right in the center of your screen. And then on the right side is black with second priority, followed by the guy on the left here pedaling fast for this wave with third priority, yellow Harrison Mann from Australia. He gave up on that wave. And then he has red coming to the outside, just about to reach the lineup and get fourth priority.
And here we have Harrison Mann taking a look at the left-hander. And not really a lot to work with there. He gets one little jam off of it before it closes out. So
that's a struggle,
man struggling a little bit.
I wonder why he went on that wave. It was such a struggle with 9 minutes to go. That's kind of weird, but I guess you get carried away by your emotions and your expectations of winning the heat. And anyways, you get really amp out there and you want to do it all.
Well, it's something for you Groms to pay attention to back at home. If you ever decide to get into competitive surfing, wave selection is key.
It's crucial, yeah, for sure. It's one of the most important things is to select the right wave to show whatever you can do on a wave. A lot of action going on in the competitors' area there. Some competitors, some guests, some promoters.
Some of the Red Bull girls cruising around, giving out stickers.
Yeah, there with the glasses on, sitting on the chair there is a beach marshal, Cello.
Meanwhile, back out in the water, counting down to the 8-minute mark. Time peeling away pretty quickly here in this heat. And all of these guys, still pretty bunched up. Second only needs a 5.54 to take over the top spot. Third only needs a 4.14, and fourth only needs a 5.41. All of these guys within striking distance of one another. So with 7:45 on the clock, it's still pretty much anybody's game out there. One solid wave could change the complexion of this entire heat.
Yeah, for sure. Nobody's got away from anybody here just yet. That's him there, Cello, having some red nose power drink there.
Handling some surf wax there as well. Meanwhile, hoping he has enough wax on his board for this wave. Arakaki going to work on this right-hander. Nice carving turn there, trying to stay with it. See if this stands up, gives him a little speed line. Wraps it around there, and this thing's just going to die down on him. He's going to kick out.
Yeah, crucial time. Just under 7 minutes to go. The wind is getting very strong right now, as you can see. Much different from the early heats of today.
Yeah, diminished conditions, more white capping out in the water. And meanwhile, score-wise, with 6:30 on the clock, Dunphy leads the way with the 5.33 and a 5.70. Ian Crane currently second with a 5.5 and a 2.63.
Yep.
Harrison Mann currently in third with a 4 and a 3.17. And scores coming in for Arakaki. He's got a 2.73, looking to replace a 1.93. And here's Harrison Mann on a left-hander again. Snaps it off the top. Another quick snap. And one last crack off that section. Now he'll kick out, as that's really not going to reform for him.
Yeah, nice little sequence there for surfing yellow, Harrison Mann. You kind of look for those moments there in the heat with such bad surf conditions right now, such difficult surf conditions. When you get something that gets you going with like a sequence of 3 turns, it makes a difference. Well, talking about what's going on the beach, here are the promoters of Red Nose Pro 2015. Beautiful girls, as Florianopolis is full of them. We're all known for that. No shame to say it.
So the ladies of the Red Nose Pro down in the competitors area cruising around, handing out drinks and stickers. And those girls have been all smiles cruising around down there. Meanwhile, cruising the lineup there, you can see Harrison Mann making his way back out. Right now, first priority in the possession of Ian Crane. Michael Dunphy with second priority in the red jersey. Less than 5 minutes remaining out in the water. Here's a quick look at the red nose replay one more time. Harrison Mann finding himself a left-hander. Nice opening turn. The second turn was probably the strongest part of this wave for him. And then one more crack off the end there. Here's a look at the red nose replay in slow motion to give you a closer look.
Well, you know, you go for many waves. You're trying your best to get something going here, and he had a 4 and a 3, and he knew he needed to get something bigger than that to count as the first score, and then look for another one. And there he goes, a 5.63. That puts him in the second place. It was worth the effort, at least so far.
So that bumps Ian Crane to third. Crane has priority, so he gets first crack at the next set wave that rolls through as we break the 4-minute mark here in Heat 22. So as time counts down, Dunphy with the lead there. You can see the breakdown on screen up in the top corner. Dunphy with a 5.7 and a 5.33 holds the lead. Mann moving up into the second spot with a 5.63 and a 4.0. Crane currently sitting in the third spot chasing a 4.14. And Igor Arakaki looking for a 5.76. Here's a look at the highlights. Michael Dunphy got things started. He managed to put together a 5.33 and a 5.70. That's given him the lead with just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it definitely paid off for him in red, and that's black. I like that turn. I love the way he threw that tail out of the wave there, and then he kept going on that wave. He trusted that wave. It was going to do something else, and so he did. That's Igor Aragaki from Brazil. Arakaki. Same thing. There was a pretty good wave there, but, you know, it's kind of more of a cutbacks, no really difficult moment. And that's one of the first points on the criteria. So this is live action. Nice off the top for surfer in black. That's Ian Crane. A couple of them. Sequence of vertical off the tops there on the backside. It's well done by Ian Crane. He continues to go to the inside to see if he can get a little moment here to finish off perfectly on that wave. And that's it. It's one of the better rides we've seen on these heats so far, huh?
Yeah, so Crane utilizing his priority, trying to suss out a 4.14 in the closing moments. Meanwhile, Igor Arakaki not giving up, under 2 minutes remaining, chasing a 5.76. I don't know if that wave's going to do it, but a quick wave exchange between Crane and Arakaki. Crane in third, trying to trace down a 4.14. And now priority goes to the heat leader, Michael Dunphy.
Yeah. He's doing a good job so far. Let's wait and see what Ian Crane is going to get. Was that Ian Crane?
Yeah, Ian Crane using priority. He currently sits in third, trying to get a 4.14 under his belt to take back that second spot. 1:15 left on the clock, waiting for scores to drop. And this could get pretty tense.
Yep.
As time counts down, and here we have Dunphy, the heat leader, using his priority up and riding.
Yep. He's going after a last hope on this heat. See if he can get some scores to maintain himself in first place. He's done well at the start of the heat, and that kept him going for the rest of it. And there is Arakaki there, and then Ian Crane, the guy with the mission here, is this guy. We're still waiting for some scores for him. He's going all the way in to the left. Didn't he catch a wave just then to the right all the way in?
Yeah.
Wow.
So putting together a couple of quick rides at the end, trying to nail down that 4.14 to overtake Harrison Mann and reclaim that second spot to advance on to the next round. We'll see how these scores fall into place, but the judges have their hands full right now trying to sort this all out at the end. And you know what? While we wait for scores to fall into place, we're going to pay some bills. We'll be back right after this commercial break. And we are back here on day 3 of competition here at the Red Nose Pro 2015, a World Surf League Qualification Series 6,000-point event. And still waiting for some scores to finalize. We're going to see a shakeup in the standings before all is said and done. And there it is. A 6.67 for Ian Crane moves him from third all the way to first.
I told you that wave was going to make a difference. That right-hander, we're waiting for the score. That was it. Good rhythm on that wave, 3 turns.
So Crane not only advances, he wins the heat. Bumps Michael Dunphy to second, who also advances out. Harrison Mann will finish third. Igor Arakaki in fourth. And we are underway with Heat 23, the second to last heat of the day.
Yeah, man.
Getting things started. Here's a look at the last wave of the last heat. Again, it was Crane getting some work done, able to move himself from third on the outside looking in all the way up the ladder to first to win the heat.
Yeah, we've seen it happen a few times here since yesterday and today too. So well done by Ian Crane. Now we got out in the water, just started the heat. In red, Nomar McGonigal. In white, Yaden Nickel from Australia. And, Nomar McGonigal is from Costa Rica. Corey Arambidi, he's from USA, and he's in yellow. Thales Araújo, he's from Brazil, and he's in black. There you go, up on your screen. Missing a couple of photos there, but there they are, up and riding. Nomar McGonigal, the Costa Rican, coming from behind the peak there, couldn't quite make it. Quick in and out, and then there's yellow doing the same thing, getting too far back on those waves, trying to go right to get to that, that little spot that has been happening throughout the last couple of hours. It's been dictating the heat. And those are 2 scores under 1 point, 0.57 for Nomar and 0.37 for Corey Arambidi. And some more lines coming in. Surfers getting into position. Looks like white is in position, but then we got black paddling from behind. And there he is racing down the line, trying to see if he can go around the section, floating over the whitewash there. And then there he gets to a little wall of the wave. The wave kind of died out in front of him. He's hoping to get one last little moment here. And there he goes. That's Thales Araújo.
All right, so Thales getting on the board. trying to join the rest of the field. Nomar McGonigal getting things started, as well as Corey Arambidi. Minimal scores for those guys to open things up, but it'll get them on the board, get those guys started. Looks like Thales is going to get the better of the exchange. Waiting for scores to finalize. Here's a look at Thales on the red nose replay. Going to work on this little right-hander, making the best of the diminishing conditions, sort of in transition right now as we go from one swell to the next. This is the tail end of one. We'll see the new swell tomorrow.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen there, this heavy rain coming in from the south. That's the south end of the beach. And the little piece of land that you see there, small on your screen but large in real life, that's an island. That's the Ilha das Aranhas, what they call maybe the Spider Island. Yeah, you can see the cold front coming in. We saw in the news, all over the news last night, that the state was going to suffer a lot of rain today, but it's going to move away towards Paraná and São Paulo, which are the next states up north. And meanwhile, the waves might even increase. We're going to hope that they get bigger for tomorrow. But these guys are professionals, so are the organizers, and the contest is on, regardless of the weather. They're fighting hard throughout the whole night to maintain the scaffolding in a one piece. Because of the winds last night, you can see that's a good picture there. I like that one because you can see a global picture of what the weather is right now.
Here we have Nomar McGonigal up and riding on the right-hander. Nomar, another one of those bigger frame guys.
Yeah.
Rides with a lot of power, really uses his legs a lot.
Yeah, he's got strong legs, and he can move in small waves as well as he can move on bigger waves. And, you know, to be a complete surfer today is essential to, if you want to qualify to the elite with the WCT events. You know, you gotta be complete. You know, you gotta have skills in all areas, and regardless of the weight, we don't have weight division, so it doesn't matter if you're big or small. You gotta surf well on any condition.
One more look on the red nose replay of Nomar McGonigal on that last wave, and here we have Thales Araujo back to live action.
Yep, right now surfing white holding priority, yellow has second priority, and then black and red just caught away. So red is just back in the lineup, gets third priority, while black is going to get fourth priority as soon as he gets back to the outside.
Meanwhile, Yaden Nickel in the white jersey has first priority. He's still waiting for his first wave. He's been out there patiently waiting for something to roll his way that he likes. Here's a look at the red nose replay one more time, this time of Thales Araujo on his last wave.
Yeah, wasn't much offering on that wave. So surfers are patiently waiting outside. We only got one more heat coming up, which is Juan Duru from France, Luan Wood from Florianópolis, Brazil, Rafael Teixeira from Brazil, and Derek Peters from USA.
Meanwhile, out in the water right now, Thales Araujo keeping pretty busy so far, trying to suss out something of sustenance.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nomar McGonigal in red kind of found something there with a few turns on top of the wave that's much better looking than what he had before.
And here we have Yaden Nickel using his priority to get on his first wave of the heat.
Yep.
Snapping it back, trying to set up a good speed line. Little foam climb to wrap around.
Yep.
Redirects on the inside and jams it one more time. Almost dug the nose, but, you know, one last stab there. And here we have Corey Arambidi.
Yep. He found a nice little wall there for him. Look on the inside. Nice vertical off the top. And then he went for a last re-entry there. Kind of made it. And was a good-looking wave. You know, the wall kept throwing up for him, you know, building up for him, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, that one actually stood up for him. That could be the first substantial score of the heat so far. We'll wait to see how that falls into place for Aaron Beatty.
Yep, a lot of scores to come up. Judges are in a busy time of the heat. Let's wait and see what they do.
Yeah, so you can see Corey paddling back out to the lineup. Priority goes to Nomar McGonigal. And several scores being pondered by the judges. Here's a quick look on the red nose replay. That last wave for Corey Aaron Beatty. Waits for this thing to stand up, takes off, nice snap off the top, wraps it off the top there, resets his line, nice snap there, gets a little speed, and this thing just kept standing up and going down the line, and then he jams it off the end section. Solid wave there for Corey Aaron Beatty. Getting lucky and having one actually stand up for him and just keep on rolling down the line.
Yeah, that's it. Here are the competitors and friends following very close at what's happening out there, making sure they don't miss any of the action. We got some scores coming up. 3.27 for Nomar McGonigal. That was his last score. Some scores coming from Yadin Nickel. Well, Yadin is going to get something around the 4 points. We'll wait and see the final judges to punch the score here, but it might get him to momentarily to a better place. He's sitting in fourth place at the moment. Corey Aaron Beatty is just about to throw a big score here, 7.67, getting him right up to first place, leading the heat. Corey Aaron Beatty from USA, 7.67 and a 0.37.
And here's a look at Nomar McGonigal on a left-hander. Redirects on the right. Little foam climb there, and that's going to give him a little setup section here. Stabs it at the end. And here's a look at the last wave from Yaden Nickel. Waiting for his first score to drop into place. But the big winner on that last exchange was Corey Aaron Beatty. That wave stood up for him. He worked it, and he dialed in a 7.67. That puts him in the lead. Now he just needs to find a backup score.
Yeah, we got Derek Peters from USA just getting ready there for the next heat. That's heat number 24. That's, I believe, the last one of the day. He's going up against Rafael Teixeira from Brazil in yellow, Luan Wood in white from Brazil, and Juan Dudu from France in the red jersey. That's the next heat. So we're getting scores here. Nomar McGonigal got at left with 3 top turns there in the sequence. And those scores are coming up. That's going to help him a lot. Let's see what's going to come out from this last wave. For the red jersey, that things might change a lot here. He's in fourth place at the moment. Let's wait for the score to come in. Only one more judge.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a shuffling in the standings out in the water. There you can see Kanoa hanging out in the competitors' area.
Yep. He's not going to surf again today, but he's keeping an eye on what's happening out there. Well, 6.33 for Nomar McGonigal. That takes him from fourth place to first place in the heat. 6.33 and a 3.27. And anyway, so they're going to fight for points here because ratings are getting to the end. And this is the second final leg of the tour.
And then off to Hawaii.
So
the points are extra valuable there. You can see the current standings. Kaloe Andino first, Kaio Abeli second, Jack Freestone third, Alejo Muniz fourth, and Alex Hibero fifth. these guys are already locked in and qualified for the CT next year.
Yeah, and you see the difference. I mean, there's a big gap between 5th place and 6th place on the points. It goes from 20,950 points to 17,000. So there's 3,000 points separating those two groups there. These guys from 6 down to number 10 and everybody else are the guys who are fighting for, the last result before Hawaii so they can guarantee themselves. There you go, Adam Melling with number 11. Maxime Husseino, who's number 12. Juan Duru is in the next heat. He's 13. They're fighting for points to make sure that they can get to the qualification position before they go to Hawaii, because Hawaii is always a throw of a dice. You never know what's going to come out.
Yeah, these guys are all on the bubble, but you don't want to leave it to chance going to Hawaii, because the Hawaiians obviously have a tendency to dominate once you get into the end of the year events on the North Shore. So, Brazil's a golden opportunity for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
It's up to them. They need to take care of it. We saw Kanoa Igarashi standing around in the competitors area watching the action out in the water. He's currently ranked 6th. He has an opportunity to secure his spot in the top 10 on the CT for next year. And then there you see Juan Duru. He's coming up in the last heat of the day. He needs a good result. He's right on the bubble.
Yeah, and we saw Kanoa watching the surf really, really close, because, all the guys that are surfing out there are competing against him. He has a close eye to see what his opponents are doing, see what he has to do to get better and get ahead of him. And, wow, crazy life.
Now, how tricky is that, being in that kind of situation where you have to keep an eye on focusing on the event at hand, but at the same time you're kind of keeping an eye on your competition in the rankings?
Well, keeping an eye on the competition, that's Thales Araújo with the aerial reverse at the start of that wave, and kind of slowed down after that, but it was good by the Brazilian. He is in 3rd place. He was looking for a 4.08 to get the first. See what the judges think of that aerial, because that was the only thing he did on that wave, basically.
Well, we've passed the halfway mark in this heat, less than 11 minutes remaining. Right now, Nomar Maganagal leads the way. This man, Corey Arambidi, currently in the 2nd spot.
Wow, nice snap over there. Very well drawn on that wave, but then it kind of got stuck on the back of the wave. There was another hump in the wave just ahead of him. A little push there. Wasn't quite enough for Corey Arambidi. He has the highest scoring wave of the heat, 7.67. He wants to back it up.
There you can see the current standings out in the water, combined heat totals. Nomar Maganagal leading the way. Arambidi currently 2nd.
Well, Corey is probably going to go back to the lead, because he only needs a 1.93. And if you start thinking about that last wave, you probably think that he's going to make it. That's unofficial, obviously. I'm only the commentator. There are judges paying to do that job.
In the meantime, Thales Araújo is still looking for a 5.64. Yaden Nickel needs a 5.28.
Yeah, well, Corey Arambidi got 4.83, and he's up to the lead again. Well, 2nd place, Nomar McGonigal now needs a 6.18. That's a total different situation for him. While Thales Araújo and Yaden Nickel, they're in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. Both need a wave in the range of 5 points. That's Thales. Didn't go anywhere.
And Thales keeping busy. He's got twice as many waves as the rest of the competitors in the field. Trying to put together some more substantial scores. He's got a 3.87 and a 3.97. Currently sitting in 3rd, trying to track down a 5.65.
Yep. Tough competition happening right now here at the Red Nose Santinho Pro. Florianopolis, Brazil. 6,000 QS series. We're in the final moments of the World Tour. Only a few events to be held till the end of the year. There's 2 more here in Brazil. One of them in Itacaré Beach, over in Bahia State, in north, sort of central north of Brazil.
Yep, next week we head off to the Mahalo Surf Eco Festival, another 6,000 point QS event. And then from there, it's off to Mauritius in Sao Paulo for the Sao Paulo 10,000.
Yep. Great of him. It'll be a lot of points going on there. And also these ones here. So this leg of the tour is so important, not only because we have 3 events in a row, but also, and most important, because we're right at the end of the tour. Guys are throwing away results, replacing with these results here, so anything can happen.
Yeah, so with these 3 events, big paydays on offer points-wise. Guys really have a chance to turn around their fortune, secure a spot in the top 10, and qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, trying to clinch their spot in round 3. Here we have the red nose replay. Corey Arambidi, currently the heat leader. He has a 7.67 and a 4.83 to hold the top spot. With 7:20 remaining, there you see a look at his last wave on the red nose replay.
Yeah, we got on 4.83 with 2.5 turns there. It was pretty well done. The wave didn't offer much, and he still got a wave to get him in the first place. And see, the swell is dropping a bit too, because this is the remaining of the south swell that it was caused by the south wind yesterday all day long. Swell changes south. It doesn't reach inside of the bay here because of an island that is out there. And with all this north wind, sort of north wind coming throughout the day today, we will be seeing surf picking up for tomorrow. At least I hope so. Never know really what Mother Ocean is going to do until she does. Well, there it is.
Nomar up and riding.
Yep.
Wrapping turn off the top.
I like that.
Mid-face turn there. Sets up and kicks out. And then here we have Arambidi blasting off the top. Smaller wave, but he's riding with a lot of power, a lot of energy.
Yeah, he found a wall there. A connection to the inside is almost perfect there for him. He went vertical off the top, and that following is Yad Nickel in white. He's sitting on a 4.33 looking for a backup score, and this might be it. Well, a few snaps. He's got that wall also. Going for a last turn there. He made it. Must be pretty happy with that. He needs a 5.28. And Corey Arambidi is stoked because he has a 7.67. And if you consider that last wave a pretty good wave, he could be smashing it right now.
Yeah, again, Corey Arambidi with a 7.67 trying to replace a 4.83. Already has the lead, but looking to firm up that lead. Meanwhile, Nomar McGonigal currently in second, trying to fend off Talis Araujo. Talis needs a 5.64. Aiden still looking for a 5.28. We'll wait for all those scores to drop into place and see how things shake out afterwards.
Well, we got action on the outside. 2 surfers having a look at that little right-hander. They didn't go, but there's another one out the back. Looks like surfer in black is in position. There is Thales Araújo going right, trying to find a wall there, just too late for it. Well, red up and riding Omar McGonigal. He's in second place. He's looking for to replace a 3.27, but that kind of disappointed him.
So a lot of waves being ridden here in the last 5 minutes of this heat. 4:20 left on the clock, waiting for scores to drop in. And we're going to see things shuffle up a bit.
Yeah, especially now Nomar got a 4.73. Probably not on this last wave, but the wave before that. And he's in second place. We got Thales in third place, needed a 7.09 to go to second. While Yadin Nickel needs a 6.73 to go to second. Still waiting for that last score of his wave.
In the meantime, there you can see what's needed at the moment. Araujo looking for 7.09. Nickel looking for a 6.73. So the distance increased with the last scores of Nomar McGonigal and Corey Arambidi. and it's going to get a little worse for everybody as this initial scores start to come in for Corey. And there it is, an 8.73 on that last wave for Corey.
Yeah.
And here's a look on the Red Nose replay, that last wave of Nomar McGonigal.
Well, Corey Narambidi can pretty much come in right now and forget about the rest and actually rest for the next heat.
Yeah, he just comboed the field out there.
Yeah, he comboed everyone out there. He's done a great job. Probably one of the greater sums today, huh? If you look at the total points of the other heats.
And he's not done yet. Here he is up and riding again.
He wants some more.
Yeah, 7.67 and 8.73 with 2:45 on the clock. Aaron Beatty with a combined heat total of 16.40 has the remainder of the field in combination situation. Yeah. Now it's just a battle for second place, and Nomar McGonigal has a pretty good hold on second right now.
Yeah.
Vitalis needs a 7.09. Yaden Nickel needs a 6.73. Not beyond the realm of possibilities, but given the diminished surf and the scores we've seen so far in the heat from these guys, yeah, it's a pretty tall order at this point as we get down to the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see only a battle for second place here because Corey Narambidi has shut down the gate for everyone else. Couple of large scores, probably one of the best totals of today. As we see the red-nosed girls there having some energy drinks. Yeah, big kiss to you too. Hope my wife is not watching. Anyways, this is scores coming up for Yaden Nickel. Might get him to third place, but I'm not sure if he's going to get it to second place. Let's see. He needs a 6.73. We got some scores coming up.
It's been a little bit of a head-scratcher for me this heat with the approach that Nickel has taken. We'll get into that a little bit more as the current heat leader, Corey Arambidi. He can basically just free surf the rest of this heat if he chooses to stay out. 1:15 left on the clock. And here's a look at the man in second spot, Nomar McGonigal on the right-hander, trying to firm things up a little bit more. But Yaden Nickel had priority for a long time out in the water. He waited and waited and waited, and then the wave he finally used priority on, he only got a 4.33. Then he did the same thing again out in the water, and from initial indications, the score is not going to be much more than what he had on his first wave. So he spent the majority of the heat waiting with priority in his possession, and then the waves he opted to take were less than stellar, and it's kind of cost him this heat to this point.
Yep. That's it. You're right on the spot of the judgment there. We got one more score to come to Yaden Nickel, 5.27. That's enough to get him to third, but not to second place. So still missing out of next round. Just over 10 seconds to go. Surfers are having a struggle for his last moment here. Looks like in red or maybe yellow. Well, this guy's already winning the heat, so nothing's going to change. He's going to continue to win. And there he is again. He's having fun out there. He's actually saying, surf is good. Surf is up. Let's go.
Icing on the cake after that performance. Pretty solid heat from Corey Arambidi. He takes the win without much contention. And we're going to get into the final heat of the day right after this commercial break.
Muito recheio? Você pode. Trocar a fritura pelo assado? Você pode. Bordas crocantes? Você pode. Combinações deliciosas? Você pode. Ingredientes selecionados? Você também pode. Escolher entre suco ou smoothie? Você pode. Dar um toque doce? Claro que pode. E tudo isso a partir de R$ 4,90. Agora, chavecar a namorada do melhor amigo? Oh, isso você não pode. Mini Calzone. É gostoso saber que você pode.
Back here on day 3 of competition at the 2015 Red Nose Pro out in the water. Right now, getting ready to throw down. We've got the last heat of the day, heat 24. Johan Duru, Luan Wood, Rafael Teixeira, and Derek Peters. Heat 24, round 2. This will be the last heat of round 2. We'll finish things off today, and then tomorrow we'll pick up and get started bright and early with round 3. But right now, we've still got another 25 minutes of action-packed surfing here at Praia de San Chino. The conditions have gotten a little tricky out there as we're looking at the end of one swell, waiting for a new swell to fill in. And here we go, right off the bat, Derek Peters getting things started out in the water. Working his way down the line on this, pumping for speed, and then opts to kick out. That will get him on the board. Johan Duru with a opening wave while we're away at commercial break, waiting for that score to finalize. And rejoining me here in the booth, we have Decio Couto. I am Steve Action Jackson. We've been bringing you the commentary throughout the course of the day. We'll have Flavio Padarats coming up in just a moment with the beach interview. But for now, scores dropping in. Let us know where we're at.
Well, Jean Duru in red has scored 4.83 in his first wave. Derek Peters, meanwhile, only had 2.93 as his first score. Luan Wood and Rafael Teixeira hasn't caught a wave yet. And I believe this is heat 24 of round 2. Is this the last heat of the day, Steve?
According to the schedule we were handed this morning, this is going to be the last heat of the day. And then we will kick things off first thing tomorrow morning with round 3 action here at the Red Nose Pro.
Right on, right on. 22 minutes, 45 on the clock now. The conditions have deteriorated a little bit. It's very small right now, but needless to say, we have professional athletes out there, and this is the World Surf League, so you can expect some great surfing coming up as soon as Mother Nature delivers the goods here. And the waves are small, but still, we have seen some great surfing today here at Praia do Santinho.
All right, so again, still in the early going right now out in the water, waiting for waves from Rafael Teixeira in the yellow jersey, who has priority, as well as Luan Wood in the white jersey with second priority. So the two Brazilians out in the water holding the top 2 priority spots, waiting to get on the board with their first scoring waves.
Well, we have Flavio Padarats out in front with the heat winner from the last heat. Flavio, are you listening?
Can you guys listen to me here? I've got Corey Narambidi, the winner of last heat. And it's funny because he found one of the worst times of today for the conditions, and he's probably had one of the best sums of all day. What have you done out there to find 2 good waves like that, man?
I don't know. A little luck came my way, I guess. I know it changed. It pretty much went flat up until my heat, and so I was a little nervous, but trying to figure out what board to ride. I chose epoxy with the wind. It was a little sketchy, but it worked good, and fun little rights when they come, so I had fun.
Well, those little rights are the savior right now. You can go left, but it's not guaranteed to be a good wave. Is that it? Does it feel like that out in the water?
Yeah, like when you're out there, you can see the lefts are they're tricky. They look like they want to be good, but they're terrible. So the little rights against the grain are super fun. It's actually a lot of like the beach breaks from where I'm from. So I just went out there and had surf like I was at home or something. It was fun.
Right on. Well, congratulations. Well done out there. It's a tough work, and good luck on next heat tomorrow. Stoked. That's a stoke first from last heat, Corey Narambidi. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Flav. Well, this is heat number 24. Flavio just had a quick chat with the winner from heat 23, Corey Arambid. I believe he's from the East Coast. There is we have a white up and riding. There is Luan Wood from Brazil. He's bringing all the way to the shore break, and he hops through that section with the Huntington hop and didn't quite make it.
All right, so Rafael Teixeira and Luan Wood getting on the board with their first waves. Teixeira, while we are away with the interview, put together a pretty solid ride. Here's the red nose replay of that wave.
That's right. Here is a yellow jersey, Rafael Teixeira, bringing his board all the way across in that little tiny wave, finishing off with a re-entry on the shore break. So Rafael Teixeira scored 5.83. Well, we have action. This is live. That's a red. I believe it's João Duru. He's snapping through that section, and another one. How loose is this guy? Oh my God! So he's bringing it all the way to the inside. Another floater and another quick snap. So he finished off. I think he put on 5 good moves on that wave.
I always enjoy watching João Duru surf. He's very fluid, very flexible, and he has good flow out in the water.
That's right. That's right. Well, he had 4.83 for his first wave. Now judges will type his second ride. Meanwhile, Luan Wood also has ridden a wave. Judges are still typing, so the situation will change a little bit after these scores have been clicked in with 18 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock.
And right now it looks like Rafael Teixeira was the benefactor on that opening exchange, getting the best of things with that 5.83 to start. Now he'll be looking to back that up with 18 and change left on the clock. And again, waiting for that second score to come in for João Duru. Here's a look, meanwhile, at Luan Wood on the red nose replay.
He looks very loose. Very loose. A good off the top and a cut back right in the beginning of that wave.
And a 4.0 finalizing from the judges for Luan on that opening wave. Meanwhile, we've got live action out in the water.
That's yellow. That's Teixeira. Well, he's struggling to keep on that wave, and he finishes off not so well. But still, that's going to be his second score. Meanwhile, red has also finished his third ride. João Duru coming all the way from France down here to South Brazil to try his luck on the Key West Red Nose Pro 2015. Derek Peters from the U.S. has only ridden one wave. It's a 2.93. Rafael has his second wave now. Well, up and riding, that is Luan Wood in white. He decides not to keep going on that wave. It was too weak. So 16 minutes and 50 seconds on the last heat of the day. That is the replay for João Duru's good wave. The wave where he put those 5 moves all the way to the shore break. Check that out. Wow. That was a strong wave, I believe, so judges will type that score. He's squeezing everything he can out of that little ride. And check out the re-entry on the shore break. Perfectly executed. So I believe he will get a good score for that. So
yeah, on that turn previous to the finish, he really unloaded on the backside snap off the top. And that should really help with the score on that wave.
That's right. Well, we have 2 surfers from Brazil, one from the United States and another one from France. So it's an all-international battle here at Costão do Santinho. And Derek Peters has his second score on the board now. It's a 3.13. So he moves into first place. Judges are still typing. There are a lot of scores to be clicked in. So the situation will not be the same after they have done their job up there. And with 15 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, they have plenty of time to change everything here. So I believe João Duru is going to have an excellent score and is going to overtake the lead from the 3 other surfers, because judges are now typing their scores, and I can see some very good to excellent scores being clicked in. There it is, 793. He already goes with only one of them to first place. As soon as they type the third wave, there it is, another 793. So he jumps to first place and puts all the other surfers in a combination right now. That is yellow up and riding.
Out in the water, Rafael Teixeira up and riding on the right-hander. Will snap off the top, and he's going to kick out as this thing just dies down on him. And it's really become a bit of a battle, not only between the riders out in the water, but against the conditions as well, as the waves continue to shrink down a bit. Again, at the tail end of one swell, we're expecting new swell to fill in for tomorrow. So I think we can all say we're eagerly anticipating daybreak to see what Mother Nature brings for us tomorrow. Again, forecast calling for improved weather conditions as well as a new swell. So tomorrow could be a whole different ball game for all parties involved.
Those are good news, I'll tell you what, because it's been rainy these last few days here. Needless to say, João Duru is killing it. He's got two similar scores, and they are 7.93 and a 7.93, so he has put all the other surfers in a combination situation right now. So Rafael Teixeira needs two waves to get 15.87. Well, Luan Wood's trying to do that, floating through to that section, and well, there's not much on offer, just whitewash. And he decides to kick out. That was a very short wave. It will not help his cause. He's still in fourth place. He needs 6.56 to take second. And Derek Peters in third place right now needs 7.43 to get to second place.
So right now out in the water, just about at the halfway mark in this heat, the Frenchman has dropped a pair of 7.93s on the field. And there you can see Rafael Teixeira, one more go with things. He's currently in the second spot, trying to fend off Derek Peters and Luan Wood. Peters needs a 7.43. Wood on the hunt for a 6.56. And as I mentioned, Duru dropping a pair of 7.93s. He's got the rest of the field in combination situation. He's in the driver's seat, sitting pretty at the moment with 12:15 left on the clock.
Yes, that's right. I believe João Duru has overlapped the field. As my colleague here has just said, he's got a great advantage right now. So yellow, black and white will have to battle it out amongst them to try to steal the lead from João Duru, and that's not an easy task.
Meanwhile, trying to steal some hearts on the beach, the Red-Nosed Girls cruising the scene, and they've been turning heads all day long down there.
Have they?
Yes, wow, they have.
Wow, okay. But I will believe that. So João Duru is in red, Rafael Teixeira is wearing yellow, Derek Peters is wearing black, and Luan Wood from Brazil is in white. That's the field that Mr. Duru has comboed. So these three other surfers will need a very good wave to change the outcome of this heat right now.
Well, right now, Rafael Teixeira is sitting in that second spot, and even he has a pretty good degree of separation between himself and the third and fourth place positions. He's sitting on a 5.83 and a 4.73 with a combined heat total of 10.56. While unfortunately for Derek Peters and Luan Wood, they're still sitting on single-digit combined heat totals.
That's right. Derek Peters has 6.06 and Luan Wood 6.03. So they're struggling to find a good wave, and there is not much on offer, as you can see on the big screen here. They need big scores to go to second. Not big, but a good scores to move to second place.
7.43 and 6.56 are nothing to sneeze at. Those are some pretty legitimate scores, especially when so far you're looking at smaller scores in the 2s and 3s range. Or in Luan Wood's case, his high score of a 4.0 really not getting the job done at the moment. So these guys still have some time to get some work done, 10 minutes left on the clock, but they need to get down to it.
That's right. Well, as you're talking about the scores they need, how about Rafael Teixeira? He needs 2 waves to get a combination of two rides to try to get João Duru's lead. So João Duru started very strongly this heat, and he's got a commanding lead with 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, white is up and riding, so is yellow. Yellow's going right on a tiny little ride. He decides to kick out.
Yeah, neither of these guys with priority. There you see the man in black, Derek Peters. He had priority. He's up and riding, trying to work his way out of third position. And that wave just went flat on him. Normally, I say the wave got a little fat. That one just flattened out completely. It went from a little shoulder to no shoulder at all and nothing to work with. You could tell by the body language, Peters visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, they're on the opposite end of things. A couple of our competitors feeling relaxed. And look at this.
That's
Flavio Paterot's taking a break from the commentary and the beach interviews, grabbing a quick massage down there on the first level.
Wow, that's right. Good old Flavio getting ready for his surfing post work here in Santinho.
You know what, Teco? Good on you. Enjoy.
Yeah, we're here to back you up. Don't worry, mate.
Meanwhile, 8:15 on the clock, and situation remains the same. João Duru with a pair of 7.93s rules the roost. He leads the way with just under 8 minutes remaining. In second spot, Rafael Teixeira holding on to that second spot, looking to advance on to round 3. He needs to hold off Luan Wood and Derek Peters. Luan still looking for a 6.56. Derek still on the hunt, trying to track down a 7.43, 740 and counting down.
That's right. Well, amazing work done by the Frenchman to get those two waves very early on in this heat, and he has a commanding lead, so he's just taking his time there. He will probably select a good wave to maybe increase his lead over the three other guys. But, Mother Nature is not cooperating with the three other surfers because there's not much on offer. They're all sitting there looking at each other saying, oh my God, what are we going to do?
Well, we saw it in the previous heat with Corey Arambidi. He comboed the field, and then he just pretty much free surfed the rest of that heat just to keep busy out in the water, and he never let up. He was actually just chasing after it right until the very end, even though he had, the heat in the bag, so to speak, before we even got down to the last couple of minutes.
That's right. Well, I didn't watch this heat, but I watched the replay of one of his rides, and what a good ride it was. Corey Arambide, I believe he's from the East Coast of the United States, and he's here at the Red Nose Pro 2015 World Surf League 6000 QS event in Costão do Santinho.
And counting down to the 6-minute mark. Again, the last heat of the day. We'll call it a wrap after this. And then we will pick up tomorrow morning with round 3 action here at this QS 6000 event.
That's right. Well, we have accomplished 24 hits. That is the replay from João Duru's first rides. I believe it's his second wave where he scored 7.93, an almost excellent score, almost to an 8. And there he is, very loose and fast, going rail to rail, using all the power he has in those legs. And there is Rafael Teixeira. That's his best wave, the 4.73, with very good backside riding, given the conditions. That is such a tiny little wave. And there is the second 7.93 that the Frenchman got. It was a very good ride. It opened up all the way to the shore break where he finished with a re-entry right there.
So there you have it, the Red Nose Heat recap. And we have broken the 5-minute mark 4:45 left on the clock. There you can see it. Johan Duru remains in the lead. Teixeira holding on to the second spot. Luan Wood trying to chase down a 6.56, as is Derek Peters. So,
interesting to notice that Derek Peters also need a 6.56, the same score as Luan Wood needs to move to second place. This is the heat 24 of round 2. We have finished 48 heats since the beginning of the contest. Now,
yeah, right now both Peters and Wood sitting on 4-point rides. Now both of them trying to chase down a 6.56. Wood currently in third. He has the advantage with a 3.17. Derek Peters, his backup score currently at 3.13. So those guys right there, unfortunately, they're both on the outside looking in at the moment with 3:45 left in the heat.
Unfortunately for them, that's the situation right now. Meanwhile, the Frenchman in the red is probably looking very happy indeed with his big advantage over the field right now. Rafael Teixeira manages to squeeze through that heat up until now, that is. He's got a 5.83 and a 4.73 as his best waves. We see White pedaling towards south, trying to score something there. He's up and riding. Well, just a quick in and out, really.
Well, keep in mind, with priority right now, Joan Duru has first priority. Rafael Teixeira has second priority. So the heat leaders are in control on the priority board. So Luan Wood, Derek Peters, if they want to grab anything that's going to give them scoring potential, they're going to have to move away from the current heat leaders.
That's right, and that's the strategy. Anyways, White has just ridden a short wave with only one move, so that will not help much his cause.
Yeah, you can see this with Luan Wood. He's currently sitting in fourth priority, and he moved down the beach a little. He's already grabbed a couple of quick little waves. He's trying to scrap it out on whatever comes his way right now as we count down the last 2:25 on the clock, and he's hoping that he gets lucky and finds something, anything that gives him that scoring potential so that he can nail down the 6.56 and advance out of this heat.
That's right, Steve. Well, now they are all sitting close together. I don't know what the strategy is right now, but with under 2 minutes, now the situation is hard for Luan Wood and Derek Peters because they need a good score around the 7-point range mark, and there is a set approaching. So let's see what happens. Red has first priority. There he is. He's up and riding, and he goes off the top. He releases the tail, second off the top, goes forward to the third snap. Now he kicks out and decides to pedal back out. That was Jean Duru, the leader of this heat.
All right, so 1:20 left on the clock. Duru, having used his advantage, makes his way back out. He remains in the lead with the rest of the field chasing behind in combination situation. Teixeira has priority. He's in that second spot trying to hold off Luan Wood, Derek Peters. If they're going to get around Teixeira, they're going to have to do it without priority. Here's a quick look at the red nose replay, that last wave from Johan Duru.
That's right. Well, I believe João Duru is around the 10 first surfers on the Key West right now, so this result is good for him because it will put him through to the third round, and that will allow him to have more points and get his classification. There he is in this tiny little left. I believe he's coming in because he's got such a commanding lead that he's going to leave the water earlier than expected. There is Rafael Teixeira in yellow. He had one move and couldn't quite finish his second.
So here it is, 20 seconds left. Will Wood or Peters be able to get anything under the horn as we count down the final seconds of this heat? And you know what? Right now it doesn't look like there's a whole lot rolling through. Wood in white, Peters in black. They're just left out there hanging in the wind, and nothing's going to come their way as the final horn sounds. So it's going to be Johan Duru and Rafael Teixeira advancing on to round 3.
That's right. So João Duru will keep his position here in this event, moving through to the round 3. So is Rafael Teixeira. Both surfers will be here tomorrow, but not surfer in white and black. Derek Peters, they have failed to advance out of second round, so they are not in the competition anymore. And that is the screen. We have the winner of this heat, João Duru, the Frenchman wearing red, is just finishing his work, and he stops his watch. He's not on duty anymore. He will hand back his singlet and move on to rest, eat, and get ready for tomorrow. And there is his small wave board, I believe.
Johan with a very impressive heat he surfed there. Again, dropping a pair of 7.93s to combo the field, and kind of cruised on from there to take the heat win and advance on to round 3. He will be hitting the water again tomorrow as he stays alive competitively for one more day.
Okay, well, here we're going to have a daily recap with the best moments of today. Let's watch this out. Well, I believe that is...
Here's a look at Garrett Parks in the first heat of the day, throwing the tail. This kid has looked really impressive so far through the first 2 rounds of competition, and we'll see him again tomorrow.
That is Michael Rodriguez with the big air with an 8.5, rotating there with all the wind we had this morning. That is Michael Rodriguez. He's almost in the qualification series. That is Heitor Alves, where he put the best score of the event so far. That is the right where he managed to get the 9.70 right there on the shore break with a big off the top. Well, Mehdi Veminardi from Reunion Island also caught a very good right, and he filled that with very powerful snaps going backside on a little right-hander here in Santinho. He finishes off with a good re-entry too. So that was the daily recap for today. We are here. Okay.
So there you have it. You know, we saw some pretty small surf today, but some pretty major scores being dropped. It'll be interesting to see how things play out tomorrow when we get into round 3 with improved wave conditions. Until then, we'll just have to wait and see. For now, that's a wrap on today's action. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Decio Cotto here in the booth. We're out of here. Join us bright and early tomorrow for day 4 of competition. Until then, we're out of here.
Thank you for watching, but goodbye.
Chamada para início 8 horas com Caetano Vargas, Nome Minor, Conor O'Leary e Canoa e Garage. Bom descanso a todos, aquele abraço e até amanhã.